will admit, not how I expected the day to go. Hang on, let me make sure a couple things first. Okay, I have my tea, everything's fine. Yeah, no, this was not... Starting 2 hours and a half late, but... Sometimes you try to update your graphics driver and it doesn't like you. That is all that I can really say. On top of like a couple of other things later on, like earlier on, that kind of really threw off my schedule, but now I'm making up for it. And I'll also have to make up for it tomorrow in the morning. But I will not worry about that until then. Regardless, this at least gives me a chance to make up partly for Tuesday. I was trying to press escape on the wrong menu. I think she's the one closest to still being, like, actually finished. Because I got Orphe done. Alpha would be the last one that I kind of finished before I start working on, like, a completely other team. Oh, they changed this. Interesting. Huh. Cool. I don't need to worry about any of this. This is the only thing I really need to worry about. This is all stuff tied to money, and I can do that later when actually doing side quests. This, for right now, is the main thing to focus on. So I want to get this stuff done. I'm trying to, like, make the schedule for how I'm doing this. Because now I'm doing... Sometimes you just gotta pull out Old Reliable. Also, I completely forgot about the audio. Sometimes you just gotta pull out Old Reliable. Also welcome K. So yeah, it's doing this, then I can definitely finish Assignment Ada. I can definitely finish Assignment Ada, because I remember that being only like 30 minutes. And then I can also start with, I can start with Separate Ways, and then lead that into, whoops, I messed with the fall on that. I can lead into from Separate Ways into Limbus Weekly, because those aren't too separate from each other. Like, I'd be able to get to a chapter in between that pretty quickly, so it's not really breaking up Separate Ways, because I also do not fully remember how long Separate Ways is. So, like, having that nice little buffer would be helpful. Wait, wrong place. Plus, also doing all that meant that I would have probably missed my, missed doing, like, the little bit of progress that I usually make. It was worth waking up the dog, unfortunately. Oh, this plays. Well, this plays. I'm also just gonna drink my tea a little bit. You would think that by, like, the third to fourth time that, like, uploading my graphics card messed up, like, when I planned on streaming, you would think that I would learn to do that a lot sooner. And it's really, I want to say funny, because I had originally planned to do that earlier. I planned to do it a lot earlier, but then I wanted to do something with friends that I usually... Because what was the choice? You know what? I actually know what I'll do, like, after I do the Limbus Weeklies, because I'm also, like, behind on something else. So, like, I was gonna play Blue Protocol, but then friends asked me to do something in 14. I'm like, okay, I want to do the thing in 14. We ended up doing a couple things in that. Then I got distracted by some work stuff. And then, because I had to make sure that all that was done and set up, after that is when I started upgrading started updating the graphics drivers. Because I couldn't do that before because I had to wait for something to get verified. It turned into a process that just kind of threw a lot of things off. Something butterfly wings in Africa, tsunamis. Yeah, like a domino effect. But I didn't want to drop my streak. So that's why I'm still doing this. But actually, now that I said all those things and like put up a put like a list, not like a hard list, but like, oh, I want to get this done, then I want to get that done. I can just help the Bang Boo and get that streak. I'm probably also gonna just add on Blue Protocol at the end of that, because I still have my dailies and stuff to do in there, and that was the thing I wanted to do like multiple hours ago. So you know what? I'm gonna treat my... It's not... No, part of it is still like treating myself. But like this stream is mostly... It's me doing like 3 different sets of dailies, but also just having a chance to kind of just relax, like maybe a little me time. I hope I never... I keep like making stupid like references to that video that I don't ever want to play on stream. You know what, I'll also do the Notorious ones. I don't care. I'll do them right now. Because I said weeklies, and this is the last thing that I need to do for a set of weeklies, and it's Week to Fire, which means I get a chance to try out my new team. So it's all worth it. does mean that I'm probably going to be a little bit slower when it comes to getting through this story, but considering that I have no real plan of pulling anybody for this patch, yeah. Because I have no real plan to pull anyone for this patch anyway, it is a non-issue for me.
Come on, try harder.
Messed up. I think this is one that I rotate back for. Bernice is not coming back on the banner, and Orphe completely fills the slot that I wanted for a third fire. So, unfortunately, Soldier is... Because... Actually, there's two answers to that. And one answer is Orphe. Her coming out and getting her helps with one of the things that I wanted for this team. Oops. And I think she fits a lot better than Bernice. And then the other thing is that I might have gotten slightly greedy, but I also did get Evelynn, and Evelyn's gonna be my replacement for Soldier 11. So the ideal fire team is going to end up being... The ideal fire team is gonna end up being Kaleda, Evelynn on point, as like, not on point, but as like the actual main damage dealer, and then Orphe as the backup. Because I'm gonna just end up giving Evelynn the W engine from Soldier. So now the entire focus right now is building up Evelynn to be in a spot where she can replace, not building up Orphe. To build up Evelynn. The point is to build up Evelynn to a point where she can replace Soldier, and then that's my fire team. And then from that point on, I can start worrying about setting up like a different element, which also means that I am not going to care or roll for anyone during this entire patch. Especially because, like, I anticipated it. But it's also kind of devious. But, like... Ooh. Because they're doing the special thing right now where it's like, You'll get the special skin for Vivian if you roll, like, a total of 160-something times. Quote-unquote as, like, a thank you. It's not a thank you. It's a... it's a way to kind of, like, get you to complete your rolls before the... before 2.5. And 2.5 is when they're gonna have, like, the really big special character. It's under the guise of, like, giving you a free skin, but it's a bait event. I'm trying to think of, like, when... I'm trying to think of when there was a similar one, like, a similar type of bait in, Grand Blue. I think it was Valentine's Sandal Fun. Where it was like right before... No, it wasn't Valentine's, it was I think it was like Grandel Fun. where like he came out just before, like he was like he was for the anniversary, but he wasn't on like he wasn't during gala. It was just completely normal. And it was like right before a big event where like you were going to get gala. It was a way to bait out people from who like had been saving, or who really like who like the most popular character in the game, just before they would get the most value out of. Oh, that's weird. Just before they would get the most value out of all those saved up rolls. Because hey, if you don't have a lot of rolls, and hey, they release a really powerful and really cool character that you like, the immediate next patch kind of sucks that you spend all your rolls, especially considering how many they gave you for free. But it's still an active decision that you're making. But it does suck because because there was a character I think they showed off for one of the patches. Because this is 2.3 right now. Because there was a character that they showed off for 2.4. That like I do have an interest in, unfortunately. And it's not unfortunately because like, oh, like, whatever weird thing. Like, no, she's just very... Oh my god, I messed up. Her entire thing is like, at least as far as I can tell, from like a complete outsider perspective, very Taoist inspired. So like, I immediately have an interest. There we go. Am I trapped in this corner though? I am. So her entire thing is like Taoist, or like her design is screaming like Taoist and like Taoist oriented. So like I naturally have an incredible bias for her, despite knowing nothing about her. And she comes out in 2.4, which is also the patch just like right before... Right before 2.5, which is going to have like some type of big character. It'll be season 2's equivalent of Miyabi. So, if I were to say, or like to try to set up some type of long-term goal, at least for like the upcoming 2 patches, it's to somehow make sure that I have enough saved up rolls for that character in 2.4. And then also make sure I have enough saved up for a guarantee for the big character for 2.5. That's my current long-term plan. Which also means that I'm really just kind of going with this fire team and building up whatever units I currently have. Which means that it's really good that I was smart to focus on only going for a mono element, especially when I was just starting. That is all 3 for this week. Then I can start focusing on this. I'm trying to make sure that I have all these done. That's done. I'm not going to care about the assault. Yeah, just go straight into this then. Oh, new content. Investigation progress level cap has expanded from 180 to 200. Additionally, new entries and corresponding rewards have been added. New tactical prison program added. Tactical prison programs for agents Lucy and Hidhari, along with corresponding task force missions. New environments. Yeah, okay. Ooh, Miyabi's on here. Distorter effects. Damage dealt is increased the days against when it's inflicted. Gain a shield upon entering. I don't really feel like I need those as much though. Where's the one for disorder? Task force missions. Yeah, I'm only gonna... Hey, who's on trial? Oh, she's immediately here.
What brings you here this time?
Same for Yishun. But then there's also... Then also Alice is here.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Oh, she's a support? Hang on. Because I can at least try the... Where is it? Yeah, I want to at least see how she plays. Before I immediately throw her onto a team and, like, try to brute force it. When Lucia enters certain attacks, she deals damage to enemies with ethereal forms. These attacks are divided into Whim and Harmony. Whim includes the 5th hit of a basic attack, special attack, dodge counter, and quick assist. Harmony includes EX special attack, assist follow-up, chain attack, and ultimate. So, okay. So... On-field or quick assist. And then Harmony is backup or unique follow-up. When Lucia activates Harmony, she applies Darkbreaker status to all squad members. When the Darkbreaker status, sheer force is increased. When Harmony deals damage to when Harmony deals damage, the damage of the final hit increases by a certain percentage of Lucia's maximum HP. Huh? Sheer force is increased. When Harmony deals damage, the damage of the final hit increases by a certain percentage of Lucy's max HP. So you would build HP for that? Okay. Granting all squad members the Darkbreaker state. Then it's on the edges of the screen. Lucia gains dream points when activating Whim and Harmony. When using Whim or Harmony, Lucia enters dream state. If her dream points reach 100% simultaneously, activating Ether Veil Wellspring. Ether Veil Wellspring affects all squad members, increasing their max HP while active. Huh? During Ether Veil Wellspring... Yeah, oh my god. I'm trying to, like, simplify this into words, because I don't... Because they're using multiple names for different things that can be simplified. Dream points when activating Whim and Harmony. When using Whim or Harmony, Lucy enters dream state. If her dream points reach 100, simultaneously activating Ether Wellspring. Okay, so she has a meter. She has a meter that increases when she does her normal attacks and whenever she does her EX special or additional attacks. Once her gauge reaches 100, she enters dream state. When she's in dream state, it activates Aether Veil Wellspring. Aether Veil Wellspring affects all squad members, increasing their match HP while active. During Aether Veil Wellspring, reactivating Aether Veil Wellspring or using EX Special Attack or Ultimate while in Dream State will extend its duration. So, entering Dream State increases your teammate's max HP. Activating the ability again, reactivating the ability, or using an EX attack or a special while in Dream State will extend the duration. Lucia exit Dream State when not under the effect of any type of Aether Veil. So when the timer runs out. Okay. Such a weird way of describing it. Keep attacking the enemy to gain dream points. Enter Dream State. That's 5. That's EX. And then that's Dream State. Okay. While Lucy is in dream state, using any whim will consume dream points. Okay, wait. While Lucy is in dream state, using any whim will consume dream points and upgrade whim into harmony. When off-field, if the active character's attack hits an enemy, Lucia will consume dream points to trigger Aftershock. This Aftershock becomes Harmony. So it increases... Okay, so it's still... When Lucia triggers a skill upgrade... or Aftershock, all squad members gain Dreamer's Nursery Rhyme status, under which increases damage increase. Lucia triggers a skill upgrade or Aftershock whenever she does a follow-up attack. I get it. I get it. I get it. You're giving all, like, all these different names, whatever, to, like, make it more than what it is, but, like, come on, you can simplify this a lot. You can simplify this a lot. When Lucia triggers a follow-up attack, I'm not calling it Aftershock anymore. When Lucia triggers an off-field follow-up attack, all squad members have their damage increase. There's no reason to call it a different status, just say that they get their damage increase. When dream points are insufficient to trigger skill upgrade or Aftershock, Lucia exits dream state. When she's out of meter, she falls out of dream state. Play, please.
Leave it to me.
Like, people really like to... Well, no. Because Limbus, like, yeah, you do have to do a lot of reading, but, like, that's because the mechanics are genuinely, like, kind of convoluted. This, they just, like, they like to give a lot of different names for very simple things. Knowing that this is Ink now, like, she just seems like a Street Fighter 4 character to me. Like, I get you want to... I'm trying to like not make this sound like incredibly dismissive and mean, because granted, a lot of other fighting games also kind of have this problem where, like, you can't just call something what it is. You have to always use a bunch of these different names for very similar mechanics that carry over between games. Um, but like, is it really so hard to say, hey, this character has a meter. Once you fill up this character's meter, like saying that you have to reach 100 points, why does that matter? Why does it have to be 100 points, especially when you just use Whim and then Whimsy and then bam, you're at 100? There's no reason to say that it goes up to 100 points. Just say, hey, use Whim, use Whimsy, bam, you're in it. Just like, what, Gil from like SF5? Where like, hey, enemy has a burn state. Hey, the enemy has a frozen state. Once they're suffering from one, hit them with the other one. It triggers an effect. It's about information presentation, I think is the way that I want to put it.
Hey, don't look down on me.
There are ways of providing and like presenting this information in ways that aren't super, I don't want to say it's convoluted because it's not.
Be a hero.
What brings you here this time?
Yeah, because she has a completely unique thing herself. And I still don't know how she fully operates either. I think I'd rather just stick with Miyabi then.
Foo-foo's team, now it's my turn.
Eradicate all evil.
This is the path I follow. You have my complete support.
Then Yanagi would probably be better then.
Soldier Orphan. I'm not late, am I? Sukasuru Yanagi, awaiting orders. Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Who does she? Is a support character or shares the same faction? Is an attack or rupture character?
Foo-foo's here.
So then would be her.
What brings you here this time? How about a reading before we go? I can help you work.
This is the path my blade is ready.
Then Miyabi point.
What brings you here this time?
Sukasuru Yanagi, secure the perimeter.
Yanagi.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Rupture is done. Okay, so then if it wants me to do this, then
All evil.
it wants me to
Now
go.
it's my turn. You have my complete support.
What brings you here this time?
It wants me to do this. Okay, that works. Like, I would just prefer. I would just prefer if you could just like truncate the information. You don't need 3 to 4 multiple different pages to explain what is basically a hot and cold mechanic. What's a hot and cold mechanic that turns into an HP buff that turns into a damage increase when they're back off the field. Please quick assist with the EX special attack. Lucia upgrades a skill or uses an aftershock, she gains surge. It sucks the camaraderie. Fufu would be better off with the fire one then. Consumed at least 8 gears, but then spend any gears. Experience an encounter along the way. This one's just guaranteed. Receive the tactical prism upgrade. Tactical prism upgrade. Don't spend coins, 5 areas. Like, what am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I do these 5, then it goes up here, then yeah. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like the game can't have depth or like depth, or it doesn't have any depth whatsoever, but like nothing about this character's kit deserves like that many different definitions just to explain what she can do. It's over-explaining. Here, and then it doesn't matter.
Disappointing.
Her entire aesthetic is that of a summoner. But it's only some of the attacks. Like some of the, like parts of the attack. Is that a ranged attack?
Evil shall be purged.
I'm very interested in her talismans. Tag assist will execute normal enemies. Execute normal enemies and melee enemies with HP below 15%. When triggered, the whole squad increases attack. When tag assist hits enemies, restores HP. Tag assist restores HP. Ooh. She also feels like she moves really fast. When losing HP, it's his attack. When recovering HP, anomaly build-up rate is increased. Damage dealt anomaly build up. When attacking enemies, that enemies with a higher HP percentage. Rather just get this. And I know that, like... I know it's, like, very rich coming from me, constantly saying, like, oh, I want, like, more mechanically complex, like, more mechanically interesting things. And then I'm also complaining about this game, like, admittedly, presenting some of that complexity, but it's not presenting it in a way that is, how do I, like, properly explain it? The complexity is not in understanding what it does. The complexity is in understanding how, like, any of it works. It's not explained cleanly. It's the way that the information is conveyed rather than, like, what you actually do. For, how I saw that flash too. It's the presentation of the information itself being the difficult part, less what the actual mechanics of the thing being explained is. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Charge support, res reduction. Unless he triggers aftershock from off field, she restores energy and adrenaline for other squad members. I'll take that. When Shen is attacked by enemy, she will automatically dodge and trigger the vital view. Give me that. When a basic attack hits an enemy, the agent gains double. I'd like that. When launching an ultimate, if the agent has a shield, they will recover HP. If not, they will gain a shield. Attacking a special, the agent will gain a shield. Additional decibels, but this is sustain. If I were to put in a succinct way, I guess the succinct way is I prefer when the complexity comes from how mechanics intertwine with one another rather than reading comprehension. Which is really funny to say as a Limbus player. Shen's crit damaging. After triggering perfect dodge, this would synergize well. Fifth basic attack additionally restores Degenerate, triggering perfect dodge and additionally restores Degenerate. Crit damage increases, but I don't know what her crit rate is right now. But also, she has a rapid attack, which means that it would probably be better for this. But I'm already very dodge focused. Is that a double fight? But then I wouldn't get a shot. If I go here, then go up, then go here, then go up. I want the double fight though. I'll go right and then I'll go to the shop. I feel like I'm slightly understanding. So use the pressing R for the ultimate. I thought that was the ult again. Of her visuals, I genuinely really do like Yishun. I really like the ink aesthetic, and I think that's partly to blame for me being I won't say I was like a SF4 player. At least I played SF4. But saying that before, like, I was able to like properly play when I was still learning how to at least do like consistent Shoryukens was very. I was a player in name alone, as in the very literal term. Agent takes less damage when a shield that the agent's energy regen is increased. When launching an ultimate, there is a chance for a fixed portion of the agent's accessible to be restored. I will take that. Triggering perfect assist increases the normally build up play. The soul multiplier increases to the target. That is when a chain attack. Agents take less damage when shielded. The chain shielded. I will take this. I go left, and then to the store again, and then forward. Or I could actually take the left and then heal, which would probably be the better thing to do.
Cycle of yin and yang. Up to cream. Weaken. Be gone.
The basic attack hits enemy gain additional when using a skill, deals more damage. I'll take this. I could go left. I could go left and that would save me from the bang boost, sorry. Because no, because I don't have anything that gains... Yeah, I'll rather go here. Because I don't have anything that like really helps me get HP back.
Your fate is sealed.
This is an install. The active character sensor generation, increase stage afflicted, increase all anomaly build-up. Agents against enemies with less than 50% HP. Do I want build-up? Increases these. It is energy. There's no reason not to do that. Yeah, then I can do this, heal, and then I'll be fine. Squad members recover 30%. Oh, this means I can just cycle this. Shifty enough to... No. It's close to the Sakura though. Okay, I did not anticipate that to do that much damage, but you know what? I'll take it. Offensive assist or EX special, she can quickly change to fourth skeleton, increasing days. Yeah, that's more useful. Launching a perfect assist and increase amount of XP when losing HP. Crit rate and crit damage. I'm realizing her strengths now. I'm realizing Yishuan's strengths, and I'm actually kind of liking how she plays. I get it. Fourth hit of her basic attack damage is increased. Decibel Knight. Can I rotate that? That's not what I want. This is perfect. Shop, recover, recover again. Okay, so all left. Hardest part about this is that it's harvest. Feed as many enemies as possible within the fixed time.
The moment. Swift yet still, clear yet murky.
Don't know if this will be enough.
This battlefield belongs to us. Now's our chance.
That almost got it. Whatever. I'll take it. I said all left. Yeah, I was right. Okay.
Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed.
Yeah, because she's... No, she is building meter. Outside of that. Is that calligraphy?
It's almost time.
If this is the character that like started off 2.0, then I'm really curious like who's gonna come in for 2.5. Reduces the decibels required for an ultimate. Perfect. To assist all squad members gain decibels and increase in attack. Launching an ultimate, all squad members anomaly build-up rate is increased. Reduces decibels required. Agents take less damage when shielded. The agent recovers HP and energy. HP energy and additional decibel when stunning enemy and inflicting them with disorder. I will take that, because that is very likely to trigger. When stunning or inflicting attribute on an enemy, crit. When attack hits an enemy, the days and build up is increased. When attacking an enemy with the EX special, generates a shield. When stunning or inflicting attribute, all crit rate anomaly proficiency is increased. I'll take that. Refresh and I can buy one more. Aftershock damage days is increased. Increased duration of vital view. Tag assist reduces defense upon hitting an enemy. Aftershock damage increase. Then this is perfect. One more Aether drop. Why is it giving me a choice? Sorry, buddy, I already spent all mine. Oh, it's giving me a choice of Miasma Priest or Wandering Hunter. You know what? Let's do Wandering Hunter. And she can immediately do it again. She can rotate back.
Yang. Scatter. Concentrate.
Why is the music like this?
Practicing moving in slow-mo? Faithful companion! Drawn from countless legends, melodies, and dreams! Ruthless speed!
I'm getting a tutorial. Wandering Hunter Miasmic Field. When the Wandering Hunter activates Miasmic Field, it vanishes and enters a hide-and-seek phase. Why is the music like this? When a proxy uses Perception Technique to break through the exposed hidden true form, a drowned ideal, Lucia. The Wandering Hunter will reveal itself and launch an ambush. Successfully performing a defensive assist will interrupt its action, inflicting impaired status and reducing the miasmic field. If you fail to correctly identify the true form of the drowned ideal, Lucia, or after a certain duration, the Wandering Hunter will unleash a powerful skill, which ignores the invulnerable effect and deals damage, causing the team's miasma contamination to max out. During this skill, the agent cannot use their ultimate. Oh, you have to do a mechanic. How do I tell which one's the real one? This is gonna make me very curious as to why Lucius... no, it'll be fine. I'm not gonna be concerned. Somehow stumbled into at least a pretty decent build for this. If I do everything right, it should be done. Not yet. Damn. Still has enough HP. Very interesting music, I'll say. I'm very curious about the story context behind that. But I guess that's just more motivation to actually get through the story then. But regardless... that is... where is it? Or is it just here? Combat potentials. Whatever. I actually need to pay attention to which one of these are, like, useful. Damage taken when below 30% HP when clearing a room. Gain shield when entering combat. Increase dodge counter. That one's useful. Chain damage, unlock survival and rest. Reduces damage from the first 3 attacks in a boss battle areas by 38%. Reduces enemy HP by 50% for the first 2 areas. That just makes the start faster. Which means I probably shouldn't have spent points on that, but whatever. That should be... I'll worry about that later. That should be everything. Tune, routine cleanup, and all the other stuff. I can do that later. I should have enough for... Yeah, one more.
Ready and waiting. Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out. I'll protect you from any danger.
Almost have everything I need, so then I just need to worry about money, which means just doing side quests. Yeah, so I can do this real quick. Not interested in Lucia as a play in terms of like playstyle. Probably she'll probably make a lot more sense with Yadari.
Target the weak spot. Time for a hammering.
Because that because right now her ability doesn't make sense.
Just watch me.
Like, why does increasing...
Safety is mandatory.
Why would increasing your agent's HP matter?
Blazing flame.
Like, why would increasing your agent's max HP matter unless your agent had something that scaled off of it? Oh, then that was done. Because, like, can I look at... I don't think I can look at anything of hers. I don't think I can look at anything of hers while she's just, like, on banner. Yeah, that is purely for this boss. And the boss's name very specifically is Drowned Ideal Lucia. I wonder... When dreams remain unfinished event. No, I don't think I can look at her abilities or anything. Wait. Yes, I can.
I promise you'll love it.
So what? Energy regen, base attack, women whimsy. Trick assist. While Ether Wellspring is active, all squad members' max HP is increased by 5%, lasting for 40 seconds. Repeated triggers extend duration up to max of 300 seconds. So, why would that matter? I'm asking that from a very matter-of-fact perspective. Like, why does increasing your max HP matter? Because one, ideally you shouldn't be getting hit. You shouldn't be getting hit, like, at all, regardless. Because what is this? Symphony, the Reaper, Daybreak. When Lucia uses enter a state sheer force every 200 points of... Okay. Every 200 points of Lucia's initial max HP grants an additional 5.2 sheer force. So, that means this buff, right now, only matters for her. Because that would increase the sheer force. That would increase sheer force by additional however many points. Whatever. She's the only one that gains from that, so it's like her own little buff state. And then after she triggers a follow-up, then everybody else gets a damage increase. If that is true, Why is that specifically for all squad members? Is that just because to counterbalance the fact that you're not going to have a third member on your team that's on the field often? Also doesn't make sense because, again, the flashes, the defensive mechanics, ideally you are not getting hit. Ideally you are not getting hit, so that increase does not matter to you. It only matters if you have other abilities and other characters who scale with something off of HP. Right now, ideally, in your current team, if you have her, she's the only one that's really scaling anything with HP. And I would imagine that the only other characters that would get much out of that are somebody else who's a tank. So, pointless. Oh, this is it. Yeah, the 180 pulls. The 180 pulls to get the free outfit. This is a scam. Like what? Does the...
This weather's perfect for a...
Take your time. I'm listening.
They're really into Bara. Attack percentage HP. Okay, so you scale off of that. Or you have something that would at least make you scale off of that. Enter a charging state consuming up to 10% of max HP, gaining 100 blazing heart. HP consumption will most reduce Monoda's health to 30% of max HP. Release the button, the slash heals 20% of missing HP, so you're getting a refund. Wait, huh? Wait. Enter a charging state consuming up to 10% of max HP. If struck during the skill, the slash heals 20% of missing HP. Of missing HP. If hit by an enemy during a skill while charging, reduces by 40%. Okay, do you have a self-heal? No. So then at a certain percentage, because... Yeah, so that's how this all, like, triggers. HP consumption will at most reduce Minato's health to 30% of max HP. Yeah, so at a certain point you're getting HP back. So he would scale off of it. But he'd be the only one who scales off of it.
I can become even stronger.
And he's an A rank, so he doesn't matter. He's not who this buff is for. That buff is for Yahari, for however that works for her. Either way, that's going to be a very interesting type of character when she comes out, if she's going to want to build or scale with HP. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately for me, does not matter. Because I'm not getting her, and I have zero interest in getting her. But thankfully, I do have something that has my interest, which is... Where are you? I have to make sure to switch this back over. I wonder, is there a category for... No, there is not. So it's still just Resident Evil 4. I also... Where's my controller? I also mainly want to say this. Until, well, mostly so that somebody doesn't think, like... Nobody thinks, like, I'm coming in to, like, their community to, like, dictate how things work. Or to call them stupid for how certain things operate. But no, when... Especially now with the way that, like, the past two characters for Zenless have been, where they very much synergize with one another. And how people are very quick to immediately dismiss certain things. it's important to think like slightly further ahead. Not like super far ahead, like you're not predicting the future, you're not going to be able to do that. But you can't look at things only with their immediate surroundings in mind. Especially for like as much attention and like advertising that Yadari got. You have to entertain the possibility that like maybe she has something that scales with her max HP, which is probably why you want to roll for maybe why you want to roll for Lucia, or why she's relevant to her for whatever reason. Because I think the last time they did something like this was apparently with Evelyn and Astra. Something that just like inherently makes the two very synergistic, or synergize incredibly well with one another. Because a lot of people get very... Because the same thing happened with Family Hierarch Ishmael for Limbus. Whoa. Where the idea was like, oh, this character sucks. Like, why would she be in the back line? There's no way of calling her back forward. Like, why would she... like, dispel a bunch of these other debuffs for, like, a damage cash-out that's not worth it on her own? Because the idea is that she's not working on her own. But you couldn't see that, or you couldn't think about that, because that wasn't something that was on the table necessarily beforehand. Because the same thing happens a lot with a lot of different online games. Both like cooperative and competitive, where people very much like to jump to conclusions about how certain things operate while having no actual knowledge about like why a developer or somebody would do it in that type of way. Which is really silly. Speaking of silly, let's see assignment Ada. Just checking a couple things first. Yeah, now I immediately made a typo. Okay.
Have you retrieved the sample?
Not yet.
Some kind of trouble?
Sadler. He knows.
Ah. Your extraction chopper will pick you up at the rendezvous point as planned.
I'll be there.
Mission objective: collect 5 Plaga samples and head towards the rendezvous point. Do keep this in mind. Starting with the Punisher, Blacktail, the sniper rifle with the scope, 1 hand grenade. Also, I hate the way that this ammo is like instantly just annoying and getting in my way. Also, do note, I was not able to select my difficulty. I can put this here. Oh. Important. I have to get used to the fact that I'm like now back to normal RE controls. My version of normal RE. But yeah, this was the original in separate ways, in a way. Oh my god, the blacktail's super strong. Or I just got incredibly lucky. She feels... So there's two things happening. Either I feel lighter and just genuinely stronger, or it is a mix of not playing on professional, and it is also a mix of having just played Revelations and going back to RE4. Because either way, this feels like 30 times better than Revelations. She also doesn't need to do that climb up animation, but you know what? Whatever. I'm trying to remember where the Plaga samples were. Because I think I've only done this once or twice. I thought that was the chicken on the ground. I didn't see that that was the... Hi, buddy. Can I snipe you from here? Can you not do that? I guess we're doing this now. That sounds like there's a lot of people down there. I'm just gonna... Also, because as long as it's any bit of damage, it will knock them down. Oh, you're just gonna sit there. I'm not sure if sitting here to kill them all is the smart thing. That's ridiculous, but whatever. Like, they're just gonna keep doing this. They're literally just gonna keep doing this. Oh, hi. I forgot that they can just jump up there. Wait, there might be ammo down there. Okay, there is. I don't think that there's a... I don't think there's a Plaga sample here. I think this is mainly here to make me more paranoid and to kind of just make me waste time here. Because they should all be... I know one's over this way. I think where I picked up one of those Link statues is where one of them is. 1, 2. Three, 4, 5. Come on, come on, come on. Nothing. Okay. Redder, which means I can mix that with this. There we go. Had to make sure everything was right. Green herb, rifle ammo. Whoops. Whenever they keep running like that for too long, and especially if they stay up straight, like... I hate the Plagas. I hate the Plagas so much. They never stop being super annoying. And it's entirely because you can never trust when you get a headshot. Unless they go flying back like that. Which really sucks, especially when you kind of want to use melee attacks as much as you can. Nothing. Not this way, yeah. This way? Oh, for yellow herb at least. Hang on, I hear somebody like around the corner. 1, 2. I hate that sound. I'm not seeing them anywhere. Up. Oh, no, just a grenade. I mean, thanks, at least. It's something, so it's not like a complete waste of my time. I'm not gonna go that way. I have to go that way. I didn't shoot through the wood, but... No, I think because the... No, it's not the Punisher, but... I don't remember if the Blacktail had any real penetration on it. I don't think it does. It does have penetration. That's why you can shoot them in the legs like that. Okay. One. 2. That's dynamite. 3. 4. One of them is still alive. You're still alive. That sounded like way too close. So either that sound was just mixed really high or something. I'm not gonna shoot that. That's a red herb for my yellow herb. And nothing else here. Put this here. Whoops. Oh no, it maxes out at 12. Okay. It's not gonna help you from where I'm standing, buddy. First off, not dealing with you. somebody has a mace and somebody is speaking with a really high pitch. There you are. Not good. Hate those things. It's a waste of good ammo, too. Usually the merchant is here. Unfortunately, he is gone, but he has left me a green herb. You are behind me. One, two, three. 2, 3, 4. Easy. Ow. I almost bit my tongue. For enough for one shot. Uh-oh. 2. Easy. I don't know why that reload is locked to like, what, 30 frames per second? Door is locked, no other way through. Instead, we go up through here. Not interested. 2, 3. Okay, no enemy. I only got nicked once by that guy with the minigun. It's locked here too. Wait, then where do I... So then going down there was purely for that, so then... has to be this way. My favorite place. Come on, I'm already that full. Whatever. That's the real penalty to... That's the only real penalty to being, like, efficient with your ammo and using your knife well. I'm not gonna go in there yet, because I know that that is a zone change. Implied that I'm going through here after Leon did, or at the very least, there is no, there's no regenerator here, at least while I'm here. Just one Plaga sample. Rifle ammo. A green herb. Right. I need to make these fit. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I knew it. I was gonna run out of space soon. Red herb. I can mix you two together. It is like comedic how quickly I'm running out of space. Whatever. We're using this from now on. trash room. Do not go here yet. I'm better off going the other way. They're just chilling in there. Hang on, I can't use that. But I can use this. And get a free yellow herb out of it too. Give me this. I hear another one. But I don't see where he is. That's a Plaga sample. Oh, also, this TMP is also part of the reason why, Ada gets the ammo box in, RE6. It's really weird how the TMP and the crossbow ended up becoming, like, her two signature weapons because of this game. It's only 2 rounds. It's fine. Especially considering how... Especially when I consider at least the, where are you? I hear you. Even though I considered the, Blacktail much more like her weapon. Especially because Leon can just get a normal TMP in the game. Like, this is just the normal TMP. It's not anything special. Which is why they had to make it special for, RE6. I'm trying to figure out a way to make this fit. I need to use, like, I need to use the TMP ammo. But I'm also not getting hit, which means I'm just kind of stockpiling health items. Can't use that. We just leave that, I guess, unfortunately. How did you forget she was in 4? Like, I can't- oh my god. Like, I can't think of Ada- I can't think of 4 without thinking of Ada in it. I messed up. I was hoping I could pause fast enough. Fine, you get that one as an excuse. Granted, I've played this game... Whoops, ow. Granted, I played this game, like... a lot of times. And Ada might be one of my secret favorite RE characters. Like, I don't think about her... Ugh. I don't think about her, like, all too much, but, like... anytime I do think about her, it's like, oh yeah, she's one of the best, if not the best. Though that might be heavily influenced due to my biases. Because sometimes the girl just needs a paycheck. And can you really fault her for that? That's another herb that I can use. They've locked the door. Unlocked. And now these guys come rushing in. Whoops. They also give her a bunch of animations that you only see either in this or in Separate Ways and Mercenaries. But I'm not exactly a fan of the... It's funny that I don't like the Mercenaries from 4. Relatively. Like, it's the template... Ooh. It's the template that the other better Mercenaries end up using. But like, after playing the other Mercenaries, especially 5, like, it's hard to kind of go back to 4's. Trying to remember. I need to just start bullet hosing. I have too much TMP ammo. I'm honestly surprised that that fit. That was just enough, like, ammo used for that. Also need to use that grenade when I get a chance. Also starting to have way too much ammo in my pistol. It's so weird going to the point... Wait, I have 3 samples. It's so weird getting to the point where, like, I need to use ammo more because I am running out of space. Which goes very much against, like, how I usually play. I can use this. Gravity. And then using that probably just gained me more ammo back. It definitely gave me more ammo back than the ones I just spent killing them. It's not worth it. Just a red herb. Yeah, this was the part I remember. Hang on, reload. Bullet hose. Please? There we go. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy. You have nobody to blame but yourself for trying to ambush me. Okay, I am set on this. Move that there. Move that there. And I'm still struggling with space. I have over 100 handgun rounds. Stop that. You can't keep giving me all this. You can't keep giving me all this. It's not... I literally can't use it all. I literally can't use it all. I can't use it all. Like... Like, what am I gonna do with this? Not there. For some reason I thought it was in that glass. Give me this. Mix it with that. You've got to be kidding me. They sure are giving me a lot of ammo here that I really don't need. Oh, cool. More... Why? Why are they giving me this much? Like, I have 6 full heals in my inventory right now. I'll grab that on my way back. No, because of this. Okay, you know what? I remember now. I can't even use it. I have to discard it. This is absurd. This is too much ammo. Hang on. Hang on. This is too much. Let me drop that. Oh, I thought there was still glass there. Handgun rounds, CMP rounds, sniper rounds. Okay, yeah, this is fine. First things first. Yeah, because I think this is the fight with Krauser. Yep. Very unceremoniously, he just shows up. Hi. Hi. How much ammo do I have? 26. I'm trying to bait him out so I can... There we go. Oh my god. Yeah, this place is so narrow. It makes aiming a little bit difficult. Thank you for hitting me. Now I can actually use one of the health items that I have. Cool, thank you. Before blinding me and then running like a coward. That is 4. It's not like... Oh my fucking god. I'm filling up on a health too quickly. Like, please. Hang on. And that's 100. So I still have leftover rounds. You can't keep doing this to me. There's no way the last one's here. I don't remember it being here. Granted, I don't remember a lot of this, because I remember there being a... No. There's 4 samples. There's a 5th one I'm missing. I forget where the 5th one is. I could have sworn I went through it all. I thought I went through everywhere that I need to go. So which one am I forgetting? This one. Okay, I was stupid. Cool. Lock the door. Doesn't matter. You really think this matters? I have no grenades. Oh, they can only come in this way. Their mistake. Not. Can I just combine this? No, I cannot. I just leave it. Just leave it, I guess, because there's nothing I can do. There has to be something for me to manually press then. This is my penance for only doing this once. Security system. So I have to go all the way back to the security room, I think. No. Yeah, because they just put it here in random places. A door open. You're not. Oh, I reloaded. I have too much ammo to care. Still have more. Oops. One. Oh! I guess even when you do hit the armor, it does damage. I didn't think it did. Huh. I guess it does damage in some part. I thought that just completely negated the damage. Happy to be wrong. Keep forgetting I can't go around that side. Also, since it's just gonna end that anyway.
Punctual. I like that. Is Krauser there?
He's dead.
Pity.
He threw a
But
flashbang at me.
after all, just another expendable grunt. Thanks to you, however, Umbrella's one step closer to its re-establishment. And once it is, there will be significant changes in our world.
Miss you, old Hammy Wesker. Not really, I hope you stay dead, but still. Now to Simonetta. I have no idea why this is so loud. Director Shinji Mikami. Also, during that, I completely only watched the ending movie again. No, thank you. I already saw it. Start a game with separate ways clear file, and you can buy a Chicago typewriter from the merchant. I forgot that outfit was slightly different for Ada. Because that movie that it played, it was playing with the RPD outfit for Leon. But the outfit that Ada was wearing was a different variant of her red dress. It wasn't the military stuff that she has during Assignment Ada. Either way. I can at least start actually playing Separate Ways.
The only reason I've taken on this mission is to get closer to my own objective. No matter what happens, I can't let anyone figure that out. Of course, hiding in the shadows isn't my style. I'll have to reveal myself to him and offer advice once in a while.
I love you 360p. For once we actually get to see her in the red dress.
So I see you've managed to arrive at the village on time.
Yes, but nobody remembered to roll out my red carpet.
The villagers there are all being controlled. They automatically attack any intruders. Ring the church bell. That should quiet them down for a while.
Sounds like they're good, obedient boys and girls.
Unfortunately, time is not a luxury we have. Gather as
I will
much
hold my
information
tongue.
as you can about the parasites and finish off this little tour.
Leon.
And so we get here, or at least Ada gets here. Chapter 1, ring the church bell. So we get here at least while Leon like, just starts doing this. And for once we actually get to see Ada in the red dress. I still... Oh, wait. Also, my health is a lot lower. Leon's in the cabin. Shotgun shells, which I will get later. Actually, I don't need it, because I have my own. Love you, Blacktail. So yeah, I don't need to help Leon with this. I just need to worry about my own objective. Feels as though someone is pushing Getsa from the other side. I forget the way through this. I think it's through... Oh, I have very little memory of Separate Ways. I'm right. Whoops, this way. Right, that's where the key is. So just very conveniently, while Leon was doing all of this, also just somehow there's an insignia key up here.
Welcome.
And he is just here to greet me.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Sell me some treasure and buy some weapons.
What are you buying?
Mission 1 treasure map. I can buy
Not
Yantas
enough
shake
cash,
case,
stranger.
TMP, the semi-auto rifle, and then that's
What are
it.
you selling?
So I'm still making similar choices.
Is that all, stranger? Is that all? Come back anytime.
Anytime. You bastard. You need. I also forget that the snake keeps showing up in Separate Ways too. This is... Oh right, that goes for my normal files too. I guess I'll save on... Well, that's a clear game, so I don't need those. So 17, 18, and 19. So now those will save there. I have zero memory of how long Separate Ways actually is, actually. I can make a vague guess due to, like, when certain chapters are. I do remember the ship. The ship is the main thing that I remember. The ship is the main thing I remember, as well as the fight with Krauser, but those are definitely, like, close towards the end. I'm not gonna waste my time killing, like, literally every enemy when it doesn't matter. Especially because there's gonna be a boss fight later that I'm really going to need to remember, or, like, hold out for. You son of a... Right. I needed to do this for progress. You bastards. I think it was 3, 4, 4? No. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for the raid, Fizzer. Currently... Oh my god, I completely forgot how to do this. I am struggling. I'm struggling. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't remember how I even did this when I did it in the main game. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was it. Perfect. Just cleared out, just finished assignment Ada, so now I get to actually start separate ways. At least until Limbus, so I can quickly do my weekly. And then I'll probably switch over to why am I forgetting? Right, I remember how this works. Then I'll probably switch over to Blue Protocol because I have delays and stuff to do in there. I started stream kind of late because I was very smart about updating my graphics card. Updating my graphics drivers. And so I figured I might as well put this time to... Thank God. Put this time to use to actually start separate ways. How's Blue Protocol? I like it. I really like it a lot, actually. The gearing... There it is! The gearing process is something that, like, I had to... Oh, hang on. The gearing process is... I need to organize this. The gearing process is something that took me a sec to understand. Because coming from now 10 plus years of experience with 14, like I'm very used to just very linear gear progression, where it's just like, hey, do this dungeon, get this gear, and do that. I'm not used to, okay, level up your gear, do world bosses to get specific items, craft that into different things. It's a process that I really had to adjust to, but now that I kind of understand what I'm doing and I get to actually do the dungeons, I'm really liking it. Taking a short break from 14. If you have the time, I'd say definitely, like, try it. No harm in trying it. You can kind of... Like, if you're just in it for the gameplay, I'd say right now, the first, like... The first kind of big, I'd say, hurdle/stopping point... Don't you dare make me do this again. No reason that I have to justify the green cat eye being here. The first big hurdle is getting that first gear score so that you can get into the, first dungeon. But like, once you do that, it's a mix of doing dungeon runs to get gear, doing world bosses for drops for things like later, upgrading your gear points. Where the fuck did you come from? You just got to... That's like right... It's not like right at the start. But yeah, that's still like relatively... Ow. Relatively early in 14. Not relatively, very. That's still ARR. So it will kind of like take you a bit to get through that and then probably post ARR, but it's worth it. Especially if you're engaging and like really enjoying the story. Like 14 is one of my favorite stories, and just like 14 has multiple of my favorite stories. Yep, the Wild Roses. That's also really fun because the name of that little rebel group is also the name of the rebel group from Final Fantasy II. So I think ARR mostly has a lot of FF1, 2, and 3 references. There's of course like a couple from like other Final Fantasies in there, but like those are the first 3 that get like a lot of love from 14. Two, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there we go. I forget what I need to do to ring the bell here. Turtle. Yeah. You'll also hear a lot of really good leitmotifs. And yeah, and then Ada has to do this, but like backwards. Which means it would be this, then this, then this. No, that's not right. It'd be this? No. This. Which means green is also wrong. Green needs to go... Whoops. I think this is it. Red is also wrong. Red needs to be... like this? No, one more. Got it. And then it flips for whatever reason. And that locks Ashley in there. But that rings the bell, which sets everything up for the first few chapters for Leon.
Oh, la campana. Es hora de rezar. Tenemos que irnos.
Similar puzzle in the remake, yup. I'm surprised by genuinely how... Because Separate Ways... Hang on, he says it.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Bingo? And then for some reason you steal the title card from the original game, but then it fades into Separate Ways. Yeah. That was one of the first, like, really...
Here's what I know so far.
Right, she does this.
Osmond Saddler's cult is known as Los Illuminados. They've resurrected some sort of parasitic organism they call Las Plagas. That's all my organization knows for sure, though Saddler's occult activities seem worthy of investigation. The Salazar family, Castellans for generations, possessed the ability to control Las Plagas. The organization's hypothesis is that a unique frequency of sonic wave, sensed only by the parasites, is used to control them. The same principle used in dog whistles. This was inferred through the analysis of a tissue sample we retrieved. The tissue contained an organ presumably used for sensing sound waves. I've seen cult members carrying ceremonial rods, and I wonder if they emit these sounds. Of course, this is purely theoretical. The organization needs samples of the parasite to confirm or disprove these theories. That is the main objective of my mission, and the only way to prove my loyalty to the organization. The opening moves in this chess game have been played. There's no turning back now.
I also need to make sure that I got a TMP. And then this is just a text version of everything that they said. That she said. What was I gonna say? I completely forgot. Yeah. Separate Ways is so very interesting. Because it is very much retrofitted to make Ada fit into RE4. Well, no, not to make her fit into RE4, but to fit and explain like things that happen in RE4 and attribute some of them to Ada. Which is really funny because the way they do that in RE4 Remake is actually like a lot cleaner. Because it was very much made with that kind of in mind. To the point where certain things that happen in the base game of 4 to Leon don't happen, and instead happen to Ada.
We have an irregularity. The researcher we planted has been discovered by the Illuminados.
You must be talking about that vagrant Spaniard. So where is he now?
He's held captive in an abandoned house located northeast of the village. Until he recovers the sample, we can't let him die.
You don't need to remind me. Luis Serra. And I thought I was high maintenance.
And then we have to rescue Luis. Ask if there's a version of Separate Ways in the remake. Yes. But yeah, it was separate DLC. If I cut through here, I remember how this works. Hi, buddy. Yeah, there's just a chicken egg in here. RE4 Remake, it's very interesting because like the first time through, I was like expecting and waiting for certain things to happen, and then when they didn't, I got very... Girl, what are you doing in here? There's only a urinal in here. This doesn't exactly come off as like a very inclusive community, even with the with everybody being affected by Las Plagas. Golden chicken egg. Not zombies, they're infected. That's actually also something that poor chicken. Oh no. That's also something that I really like about, Remake. Is that they... You son of a bitch. Is that they do a lot more to make it so, like... To make it so that these people aren't, like... just like this. Like, there's a lot more different files and stuff that you can find of people saying like, oh, this is ruining my life, I don't know why I'm acting this way, I'm being separated from my family, I don't want to do this, but like I can't control myself. Like you're able to sympathize with the people here like a lot more. Like, I genuinely really like that addition. It humanizes the people here a lot more and makes Salazar and, Sadler, like, come off as way more evil.
Got a selection of... What are you buying?
Like, these were people who just kind of had their lives ruined.
What are you selling?
Just by this cult that kind of came in.
Thank you. What are you buying?
I need the TMP for canon reasons.
Come back.
But yeah, there's like the U2 fight. Leon doesn't get in the base game. In the base game of RE Remake, which is very interesting. Because that's, at least to me, one of the more like signature fights of the game. But that's completely separated and given to Ada. Ada deals with the... I guess that's to make it more, I want to say consistent, because if you don't kill Verdugo, I could have sworn there was something back here. Because if you don't kill Verdugo, then he kind of just disappears and there's no real explanation. And like, you still can run and not directly kill him in base 4. But like, no, you turn that into a full normal fight. You turn that into a full normal fight for Leon. So like, he guaranteed deals with that. But then you never get the U2 fight. So you're like, oh, so what happened to the right hand? To the left hand? And that answer is that Ada deals with it. Oh, come on. Like, it's very interesting that they did find, like... Probably can climb my way down, but I have to take care of Mr. Cool first. Like, they found very interesting ways of, like, making it more seamless of how these two characters interact and, like, intertwine their stories. And I really appreciated that. Especially as a long-term fan. Because Separate Ways was only added as a PS2 exclusive originally when the game came out. Because originally... Well, it was a PS2 exclusive back when the game was on GameCube and PS2. It was kind of like something to entice players who already bought the GameCube version to buy the PS2 version. Which also fed into why this was typically... Why a lot of people also considered the PS2 version more of the definitive version to play. Despite differences in style and despite, calling it a difference in style is kind of being very generous. Especially since kind of breaking that exclusivity deal and kind of how, I want to say, inconsistent Sony was at the time for support for development on the PS2. GameCube was getting it first. Yeah, that was the... Yeah, and... The developers, at least the team in charge of this, very much wanted this to stay on GameCube. But relatively soon after, it got ported to PS2 instead. It got ported to PS2 with the addition of Separate Ways. Because hey, it turns out, it's probably important for a really notable franchise to have one of their newest entries on the best-selling system of all time. Of one of the best-selling systems of all time. But yeah, that fed into the story of why Team Clover ended up leaving and going over to Form Platinum. Is this what passes for police work around here? Got called to about Nintendo exclusive. Not ow! Not necessarily. It was weird. Because they had deals for a while. Because the deal for a while was that mainline entries... I'm trying to remember when it was. I really hope I don't mess up the details on this. Because I'm really gonna come off as a fraud, because it's part of the reason why I really like Code Veronica. Or why I still call Code Veronica like a mainline entry. It's because they had an exclusive deal. Capcom had a deal with PlayStation for a while, where the mainline entries would be on PlayStation consoles. I believe that was the deal at least since RE1, or at least around RE1, RE2, because those were on PlayStation. Because Code Veronica was in development. Code Veronica was in development, and that was supposed to be Resident Evil 3. But then that deal kind of came through, and then they had to change the title because that was also in development alongside Resident Evil Nemesis. So roughly before that deal before those games came out, they shifted the titles. So Resident Evil Code Veronica became just Code Veronica, and then Resident Evil Nemesis became Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Because Nemesis was supposed to be just like the side game, but Code Veronica was the story one. That's why Code Veronica has more story elements that carry forward than RE3. Uh-oh. That's why Code Veronica has that's why Code Veronica focuses on... Ow. Code Veronica focuses on Chris. It focuses on Chris, Claire, Chris, Claire, it has stuff that connects with Umbrella, it has stuff that connects with Wesker, especially the director's cut version, which gives Wesker like a final boss fight with Chris. But the director's cut was a port, because I think that came out on Dreamcast? Because I believe that came out on Dreamcast. But then plans changed. Not fully... Yeah, because Code Veronica had the director's cut, because there was a version of it that came out before... wrong. There was a version of it that came out before, and then they made the director's cut, which added a couple things, and then added the fight with Wesker to make him more significant in the story, because that's where his character continued. Which is why, if you go from 1, 2, 3, and 4, 3 is the really weird one that doesn't explain kind of a lot of what happens. It's the weird one that doesn't explain... Because if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's a very noticeable gap in 3, because, like, oh, Wesker died in Resident Evil 1. Then you figure out more about Umbrella in Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 3 is entirely about Jill getting out of Raccoon City. Some stuff related to Umbrella's task force. And then you get to 4, and then all of a sudden, Wesker is back. And he's looking for some type of parasite. And then you go to 5, and then suddenly him and Chris have beef. Chris is jacked for whatever reason. And the reason he did that, like the reason why Chris worked out so much, is because he was preparing for the next time that he fought Wesker. Let's be barred from the outside. They just felt like explaining what Jill was up to and nothing more. Yeah, it was I still like 3 for what it is, because I'm never gonna say no to more Jill. But also a lot of people don't like Code Veronica for various, like, kind of legitimate reasons. Did give Jill her outfit. Like, yeah, no, that look for Jill is easily my favorite outfit for her. I like the Stars outfit, but I really like that casual outfit a lot more. That's also kind of why I was a little disappointed with the RE3 remake. Not because it was going to remake RE3, but because it's like, oh, we're not gonna there's no way that we're gonna get a Code Veronica remake. There is no way that we were gonna go from... There was no way we were going to go from Resident Evil... we were gonna go from Resident Evil 2 to Resident Evil 3. Oh my god. Resident Evil 3, and then wait like 2 years, get a Code Veronica remake, then wait another 2 to 3 years, and then get Resident Evil 4 remake. Like, that was not gonna happen. I can hope for... Oh my god, how many of them are you? That has to go off soon. More people need to be upset about Steve Burnside. Good opportunity to get people into Code Veronica, if only because it came out. Yeah. It got a re-release. The, Code Veronica Director's Cut got a re-release on oh my god. It got a re-release at least on 360, because that's how I played it. Yeah, and they're dragging out. Got here too late. Right after they got knocked out. So now I need to go and rescue them. I have rifle ammo. I'm probably going to need it, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. I will plan for that in like 2 chapters. I know when I need to worry about that. Let me grab this first. Spinel. Funny hear those changes to RE3 given the original plans for RE4 to live the DMC. Yep. RE4... RE4 is such a... You don't need to be here, sir. RE4 is such a... RE4 is such a weird, like, magical game. Like... Where is it? Actually, hang on. I don't remember if there's anything actually useful in here for me. I think it's just, like, ammo and pesetas. Because you don't need to come in here. Why are you just chilling here? Where did you go? Okay. 2. Hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yep, I prepped. What was it? Funny to hear about the changes for RE3 given the original plans. Red. Yeah. Red. I promise I can read. The original plans for RE4 led to DMC. Yeah. RE4 is weird in that even in... It is the only game I can think of where 2 versions of it, 2 drastically different versions of it, both ended up being 2 incredibly culturally significant and highly influential video games. Like PT might be one of the most influential video games to have never been fully released or ever made. But RE4... Why the fuck? Are you all just hanging... Oh, you were hanging out up there. I thought you were just jumping in the tree. But, RE4... Because RE4... Yeah. The original design of RE4 was too action-focused. It was weird. That ended up blossoming into Devil May Cry. And then that led to Devil May Cry 3, and that became the touchstone for a character action game. Which also ends up connecting to Clover, which ends up connecting to Bayonetta, which ends up connecting to a whole bunch of other games. Trying to make sure that I'm not gonna get like jumped. But then the Hookman demo. The Hookman demo was like really, while not, how do I put it? While not directly ever finalized or came out. Lack of good camera hinders the first two games. Yeah. Because it was very much... Because the first Devil May Cry... Ooh. The first Devil May Cry has more connective tissue to... like Onimusha. This dude also just stealing Leon's jacket is completely unnecessary. I can think this through. Yeah, Resident Evil. Ooh, that's not Resident Evil. Devil May Cry 1 has more in line with like Onimusha, but like, ow, way more turned into an action game. In an action game while still carrying the while still carrying over the fixed camera angles. RE2, not RE2. Yeah, Devil May Cry 2. They certainly tried. As much as can be said. Hang on, I need to... Yeah. It doesn't have a lot of the... It doesn't have a lot of the charm that the first one had, and it doesn't have a lot of the same interesting parts. This looks like Leon's jacket. Why is he wearing it? Forgetting where my map is. They didn't, something about it just didn't come together the way that they wanted to. Like, it was definitely them trying to figure out what they should have leaned more into. And that didn't work out. But then from there, it also led into, like, okay, scrap it. Not scrap it entirely, but, like, start from scratch. And then that led to... not Resident Evil 3. That led to Devil May Cry 3. And then it's also hard not to feel like at least parts of what Devil May Cry... not Devil May Cry. What the Hookman demo for Resident Evil 4 was.
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless...
It's hard not to think that influenced the development, or at least like some notes that were traded around the offices when it came to like Haunting Ground and when it came to Haunting Ground. Like that Hookman demo feels like it has so much more of that had that DNA carry over to Haunting Ground. Leon, this is optional. You don't need to go this way. And this is where Ada was. You're good at redeeming lots. DMC3, DMC3 is like the darling child. DMC3 is largely where like the franchise starts for a lot of people. Like I played it fairly recently and it still holds up incredibly well. Gameplay wise, I like choked on my own spit. Gameplay wise, level design wise, it's a little bit questionable, but it's still really fun. I forgot she gets that one. This place is the place that was completely optional. Give me that cat's eye. Woo! Okay. DMC4 I also really... DMC4 I also like, but there is a very clear half of that game that is very awkward and hard to justify. Right, this is when they start. But yeah, DMC3 is like one of the most influential character action spectacle fighting games. You'll notice it, which is it's a very awkward part of the game. It is a half of the game where where it feels like it was designed more with replays in mind, because it does get better with the... Oh my god. Where it does get like significantly better when you are replaying it, but first time through, it is a very frustrating experience. Purely because you don't get the resources that you really probably should have gotten to like prepare you for it more. Up until then, like that first half is really, genuinely really good, really solid. I love Nero as a character, I love his moveset. That second half on your first time through will be a rough experience. But I still deeply enjoy it. If you like DMC1, you'll like DMC3. That much I feel is very, very easy to kind of like guarantee. Where is this? Hi, buddy. You're lucky. You almost scared me enough for me to instantly shoot you. Iron key.
Welcome. Got a selection. What are you buying?
You with those baby blues.
Thank you.
Give me that attaché case. Is there no stock for the TMP yet? I guess not.
What are you selling? Is that
but yeah,
come back
up until Nightmare. The bosses in DMC3 are much better. The bosses in DMC3 are like significantly better. They are more consistently very fun and engaging. I also have to go back and use that doorway. Cerberus is honestly like a really good first boss. There's only two... I'd say there's 2 to 3 bosses that might annoy you slightly. One is more just kind of like lame, but it's also relatively like very harmless, like it's just kind of like a boring fight. One you're definitely balancing a lot more. It's very much like a test. The other one doesn't come until much later, and that's mostly just down to how you deal damage to it. But there are 3 bosses in that game that are bar none, some of the best in the entire franchise. The camera is significantly better. Yep. Not fixed camera, which works a lot better for the gameplay. That is a meaty hit. I've never heard that hit effect before. Hang on. Okay. I forgot how fast the rate of fire is if you hold that button down. But yeah, the version of Resident Evil 4 that turned into Devil May Cry, which eventually led to Devil May Cry 3, which eventually led to Clover turning into Platinum, which eventually led to Bayonetta. Like, again, a butterfly flap swings in Africa and a tornado shows up in Kansas. But then the Hookman demo, like, I find it incredibly hard to believe that, like, no bit of that Hookman demo, didn't influence the design of, Haunting Ground in some way. Haunting Ground and, like, a couple of the other horror games, that Capcom was working on at that time. And then Resident Evil 4 itself, which defined third-person shooters for, like, third-person shooters. It defined a franchise, and still kind of defined... Well, no. It defined the franchise up until Resident Evil 7. Like... Resident Evil 4 is very easily one of the most influential video games ever made. In all 3 stages of its existence, between the original demo, the Hookman demo, and the final product. It is a literal game changer. It made a control, not even the control scheme, because like a lot of games still don't really use the control scheme, but like third-person shooter. Whoops. It made a formula that like set up franchises like Dead Space. A lot of the third-person over-the-shoulder camera angles, third-person over-the-shoulder games just like all heavily took from RE4. It also the influence of QuickTime events, which very significantly picked up after RE4. Like, oh my god. And all that while still the control style wasn't really captured. Like, you're still very stiff while moving. Like, you're frequently starting and stopping, but that's more for the survival horror aspect of the game. Which is why later on, just a lot more games did, left trigger aim, right trigger shoot. And that's mostly for third-person shooters. Because in terms of first-person shooters, that's still... that heavy influence is still very much Halo, at least on console. But like those were two very era-defining games for when they came out. Like game design, especially on consoles, like very significantly changed after those two games kind of came out and became the cultural phenomenons that they were. RE4 still plays like a dream. And like, I was just playing Revelations the other day, and like, I get that it was supposed to be on like 3DS, but it just didn't, none of it felt the same way. None of it felt right. Which is really funny, because I remember playing Mercenaries 3D, and that one felt genuinely phenomenal. It was like, just an incredible version. But granted, that probably took more from RE5. Because hell, even RE5 still plays well. Granted, I also do change my RE5 controls so it plays more like RE4. So I can't speak on it on like, in terms of the default settings. But like, no, I love playing RE4 and RE5 again. Like, they still do things that other games don't do well. And that's what made the remake so fascinating, because there's so much that isn't really changed. Like, it's clear that they took the lessons from the RE2 remake. They took lessons from RE2 remake. They took lessons from, like, the years of making these games. There's a lot of elements that were either adjusted or slightly set in different directions. Especially to just surprise veteran players like me.
Got a selection of what are you
And
selling?
it doesn't feel excessive.
Is that all strange? Is that
like
thank you.
There's like
is that all?
There's like
What are
two
you buying?
parts in like Resident Evil 4 remake that feel like
Back
they
anytime.
kind of, I don't want to say overstay their welcome, but they definitely are longer. They're definitely longer than the original. And that's of course by design, because like modern game, so it has to be like 20 to 30 hours. Why can I hookshot up there? Oh. Because I can at least get these. Yes, and that's actually worth getting. But no, there's so much that like I went through and it's just looking at it and it's just like, no, this isn't how it was in the original, but this feels so close that my muscle memory is kicking in. Which they both use as kind of like a pseudo reward, I guess. Not a reward, but something like a lucky charm. Not a lucky charm. Something that's like a feather in your cap. Chapter 9. That helps. Look ahead and it's 2 hours. For RE4? Because I also don't remember... No. I remember the sections, I don't remember just the one chapter. I'm trying to remember where that chapter 9 would be. Because like... Because an example. The lake where you fight Delago. Apparently it's the longest in the remake. I'm trying to remember where that is. I'm trying to remember specifically where that is because, because there's a lot of chapters that are much more Because, like, there's more chapters that just outright weren't there in the original. Like, the lake after fighting Del Lago, turns into a full chapter instead of just going to the spot after that. Which was really neat. In the castle. Oh, that would have been... Oh, hang on. After Shikatsuyu. Yeah. Yeah, that's the... If it is after Shikatsuyu, it is the maze. The chapter after that is the hedge maze, and a little bit before that, before you run into Ada. I'm not saying that as in, like, oh, this is like plot beat point by point. That is simply just what happens in RE4 is that you are separated from Ashley, you go to a hedge maze, you do that stuff, and then you run into Ada. And I did kind of get caught there too. I did kind of get caught there, like a little bit. Not like a whole lot.
You guys go on ahead.
Oh, this is after the... This is after Cabin.
Hey, señorita. Got a light and some smokes to go with it to make my day?
Where's the sample?
Okay, we skipped the foreplay. As a matter of fact, I was just going to get it. Where's the love, baby?
Sounds like fun to me. Just hurry up.
Okay, lady. Where do you stand on all of this? Exactly what kind of group are you working for?
There are some things in the world better off not knowing. This is one of them.
Fine. I can take a hint. I don't care who you are, as long as you get rid of that old man and his religious friends.
The way they also build up on that and like make that kind of dynamic much more interesting in Remake is very
Among
nice.
all the people involved in this, Luis Serra has the least entanglements. He works for no organization, preferring to move on his own. I'm the one who told the organization of his importance. I did it
For some
because I
later,
like
I
him.
got stuck in. Yeah,
His history
Castle.
betrays an enthusiasm I once shared. It was a stroke of luck that I happened to intercept his email for help. It seems he can't trust the police, so he sent the email to an old friend from college. He must have thought his friend was still alive. At any rate, that's how I managed to find him. Apparently, he's been conducting his own investigation of the cult while doing research on Las Plagas. A brilliant scientist. He's accumulated a pile of data and pieced it all together. Must be why Sadler hired him. Too bad Sarah's snooping has aroused his suspicion. When I told him who I was, he practically begged to be taken into custody. He needed protection. He said, I have no love for Las Plagas or this stupid cult. I want out. I just want peace and quiet again. I ordered him to bring me a Master Plaga specimen, a sample for evidence. Looks like he's one of the few people whom Sadler actually trusts. Tracking him down and getting my hands on the sample shouldn't be difficult. I doubt the cult will take kindly to his escape, though.
There, I have
I'll
to explain that one in a sec.
If I want it to go smoothly.
Okay. Yes, the castle can be a very tricky section to get through the first time, especially if you don't know how to, if you can't find ammo and you aren't used to preserving it, the castle will drain your resources pretty quickly. So that one scene where Luis is holding his arm and he's like shooting with the red 9, that is not a scene that you'll see during normal gameplay. That is not a scene that just kind of happens in the game. That specifically only happens during the cabin sequence if Leon shoots him enough times. That is a failure state where Luis loses his trust in you and he shoots Leon and kills him. But there's so little footage of Luis in the main game that they have to use that. Which also brings me to, I really like Luis's characterization in Remake. They give him a lot more. They give him much, much, much more to actually do. I like his characterization in Remake. It gives him a lot more of a character. It's such a funny scene. It's such a funny scene, and it's so interesting because if you don't ever run into that, oh hey, this is where that happens. Not where that happens, but this is
where I can see them.
where Ada runs into Leon after the hedge maze.
Just isn't my style.
Put them up now.
Bit of advice, try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Leon. Long time no see.
Ada. So it is true.
True? About what?
What?
You, working with Wesker.
I see you've been doing your homework.
Why, Ada?
What's it to you?
Why are you here? Why'd you show up like this?
See you
See you
around.
around.
Ada!
Yeah, it happens in a slightly different spot.
Luis has succeeded in recovering the sample. He's waiting in the castle. Get in contact with him, ASAP.
Understood.
And that US government lapdog, Leon.
If you do happen to encounter him, put him out of commission. We can't let him interfere with our plans.
He has no idea what's going on. He's nothing we need to worry about.
He's a survivor of Raccoon City. We can do without the extra distraction. Take him out.
Wesker, you have no reason to care.
Leon.
Retrieve the sample. Like, full stop. Hi, buddy.
Welcome.
Full stop.
Got a selection. What are you buying?
Wesker has no reason to care about Leon. The
Not
Bogan.
enough cash. What are you selling?
Wesker has no reason to care about Leon other than the fact that he was at Raccoon City
Thank you.
and that it would annoy Claire, which means
that
by
all?
extension it would annoy
Is that all?
it would annoy Chris.
Is that all? Is that all? Is that all? Is that all? What are you buying? Is that all?
Iconic. Hang on. If I can make it fit. I need to make this work.
Thank you. Come back
hang
anytime.
on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here comes here comes the fun part. Making this all fit. I need to figure out how I move the ammo from here over to here. No, the bowgun deserves to be upright. It's so funny that the bowgun is something that Ada can buy, but it somehow became one of her most iconic weapons. I'm gonna need to figure out Attaché case upgrade. I'll worry about that after I hit the first, typewriter. Not good. Worth it. see you. You're gonna break out. Love you, Blacktail. You know what? I deserve that. Two, 3, 4, 5. Gross. Whatever. I'm upset that I messed that up, but whatever. Also, that thing about, like, the sonic resonances? Bad. That feeds into... That's honestly, like, a really nice thing that they ended up elaborating on. Not, I won't say, like, completely elaborating on, but, expanding on in the, remake. Like, that's... Ooh. Like, that's part of the justification for why the Red Zealots, whenever they do their chant, causes the Plagas to react that way. Because sonic waves. I hate these things so much. Also, because Leon went through here, it meant that the dogs are no longer in their cage. Which is also really funny, because there's certain gates that are here that Leon would have to kick down, but I guess he just didn't. Or these guys put them back up. Whatever floats their boat, really. I think it was somewhere around this point where the whole, making sure that everything ties together kind of just starts falling apart. I won't say falling apart, but there's clearly gaps in how far they were kind of, going. Like, it's only the first chapter that it gets really that absurd with, oh, 8 is the reason why the cat eye was that way. Even though it doesn't make sense, because it also would have implied that the insignia was put there. Put in the door the first time. But she actually didn't. Also, that gate was somehow relocked, despite the fact that Leon would have had to have gone that way. It's all funny little stuff. Which is why Separate Ways implementation in the remake is kind of... Which was so impressive. You've got to be kidding me. I'll be really upset if I end up dying to normal enemies on this. Because it's not like it automatically puts you on professional. Welcome, Raiders, and especially welcome, Jackie. I thought you said you normally stream only once per week. Granted, I'm not really in a position to say much, because, like, I was supposed to be streaming a lot earlier than this. And then also, I was supposed to be... Ooh. I was also supposed to do, like, a normal kind of morning stream on Tuesday. But I was bored and wanted to do one today. That's good. That's progress. Sometimes you just get into the... Sometimes you'll just get into the feeling of just like, I'm bored. I want to stream. And then that's what you do. But no, what were you still streaming? I'm trying to slowly whip myself up to streaming more often. It takes steady time and effort. But it's worth it, especially when you have fun. But what were you streaming? But if you need to, like... Why do I hear something? If you need to get like water or something, like I perfectly understand. Save this. Do I still go this way? I do. Try to make sure I don't like thread the needle on the time too much. I'm ready for it. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot that that was even coming out. But thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed yourself. And I hope ZA is fun. Backing up. Let me look. I'm trying to make sure that this guy in the far distance doesn't hit me. Okay. Dwarf fridges. It's been like 3 hours. Generated world and prepping. I was talking to a friend about Dwarf Fortress just recently and how like that was a kind of difficult game to stream. But as long as like you were having fun, then that's all that really matters. It's funny to hear you talk about games. I'm glad that my... Oh my gosh. I'm going to be so mad. I'm glad that my knowledge vaguely is entertaining in some way. Okay, there we go. Get me out of here. I hate this room. Okay, and I can mix this together. Put this here. I need to sell this rifle ammo. Okay. It's so nice when I don't need to care about my ammo anymore. Hi, Moro! Actually, thank you for that. Ooh. Actually, thank you for that, because I completely... Hang on, if these guys will actually leave me alone for like 5 seconds. Never mind. I'm not dealing with this. Okay. It's going good. Just kind of casually going through this. I haven't played... Oh my god. I haven't done the separate ways, I guess like now it would be considered like a route, for Resident Evil in like a really long time. So it's really fun going back through this. Especially after I just played, after I just recently went through separate ways in the remake. So it's fun kind of just seeing, comparing, and contrasting. It was not to, how do we put this? Not to put you on the spot, but it's always incredibly fun getting to see people, play Outer Wilds for the first time. Like I was just watching another friend play it recently too. Merchant here. I have to go through here again, don't I? And between you and that other person also going through Outer Wilds for the first time, it finally got me to kind of get over myself and go back and finally try to do the DLC of that.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Appreciate you coming by to join the
What are you
experience. It's
selling?
really
Is that
really
all?
fun and very cathartic
Thank
seeing
you.
other people go through those same situations.
What are you buying? Not
Um,
enough cash, stranger.
just, like,
Come
barely
back
under it.
any time.
Because like that's what kind of got, like, how do I put it? Because like I got frustrated with the DLC. I got really stuck and really frustrated at the DLC because I thought I had been through. I thought I had gone through like everything, and like I was wondering why am I not finding. Like, why am I not finding anything? Like, why is nothing... Why can't I do anything that really makes progress? And remembering that kind of sensation... Who is shooting at me? And remembering that kind of experience... Oh, I can see somebody from there. Wait. Can I shoot them through this? I never knew you could do this. There's not really a reason to, but that's really cool. Definitely feeling it. It takes a while. Cause like you do... Oh my god. Please. Cause like you will hit a... You will frequently hit what I call... Oh my god, hang on, reload, please. You'll frequently hit a, I hate you. You'll hit a frustration point. Where, like, you feel like you don't... Ow. Only I actually have the rifle for it. You'll hit, like, a couple frustration points where... Where, like, you feel like you've done everything, you've seen everything that you could, and, like, nothing makes sense. Because that's exactly how I felt when I was getting through, when I was at certain points in DLC, which is like, where could I possibly go? What can I possibly do? And, like, seeing other people get through that in the base game, it reminded me of, like, oh, that's right, I've been here before. So, what did I do? And it's also the advice that I give, like, everybody who who I see, oh my god, also going through the game, who kind of gets to those points where it's just like, take a breath, take a... do, like... Give it, a cycle. Give it a cycle to look over things that you've been through before. Double check any other leads. It's a game that's really good at teaching you patience. Or at least, like, making you kind of have to develop that patience for yourself. What are you doing in here? No broken butterfly. There's a grenade, I'll take that then. Please. I was actually tempted to play that earlier today, too. I was tempted to play it earlier today because I finally made, like, a breakthrough, and I made a breakthrough, but it was, like, right before I was gonna go to bed the other day. So it's like, okay, I have this, like, one mental note about something that I need to do very specifically in one specific spot, and I have to remember that, and that's been That's been at the forefront of my mind for like the past couple days. Oh, I have to go and through this way. I'm gonna get to the interloper. Hate you. I'm also trying to make sure that I like... Interloper is very fun to explore. Every place is always very fun to explore because some places that seem like they are not connected or relevant in any way whatsoever can sometimes have the exact solution that you need. The DLC is really nice. The DLC is really... The thing that sold me on the DLC when I first heard about it is that you have to find it. You can buy the DLC, and the DLC is active, and it will always be active. But you are given one note. You are given one note, and you have to figure it out. Won't open, how odd. She's just gonna say that about every door, so I have to go this way. And like, that was such a fun experience. Even just finding it was such a fun experience, and figuring out what I need to do at this point is so fun. I'm realizing that I love knowledge games. The only downside is that you can only play them once. The ring, Shadow of the Earth Tree is like that? Is it? Like... The Hollow Knight DLC too. Now I'm more interested in Shadow of the Earth Tree and the Hollow Knight DLC. I never knew about that. Why am I trapped here? This doesn't make... Hang on. Wait, is it in... Did I never check in the chest? Why is an empty chest sitting here? Maybe I should take a closer look. Ah! You have to find a DLC in the world. That's really cool. I actually... You've now made me far more interested in it.
Leon, I'm sorry, but I can't be seen with you.
Leon, what are you doing with that TNT? I didn't raise you for that. I didn't raise you to use that TMP, Leon. Also, why is he using... Sounds like he's burst firing, not... I don't like this. This is a really bad spot. Shadow of the Earth Tree has... Yes, it does have its own leveling system, so that you can't just be super powerful running into it. Technically DLC, so you don't need to complete the base game. Oh, I have no healing item. And he's still... Don't like this. And it's the one that I don't like. Yeah, they had their own leveling system for it, so you can't just kind of walk in and just like overpower everything. Can I get through this door? Okay. I forgot Ashley's just in here. I've been through this game too many times
got it.
I've been through this game too many times to die on normal. I refuse. Right. I hate that that's like under...
Now that I have the sample, you serve me no purpose.
Sadler!
My boy Salazar will make sure you follow the same fate.
Stay with me, Louis. I am a researcher, hired by Sadler. He found out what I was up to.
You weren't very stealthy about it.
Here. It should suppress growth of the parasite. The sample. Sadler took
It's Liam, the guy that people think is a huge hottie. Sick of the woman always screaming.
Louis!
Yeah.
Louis!
That's Leon. This is the Leon from 2005. He is... He's very pretty boy.
I found Louise. Unfortunately, a bit too late.
Is he in multiple games? Yes.
No. Sadler has it.
He is in Resident Evil 2. He is in Resident Evil 4. He is in Resident Evil 6.
Not yet.
If that's the case, then maybe we can capitalize on his little lucky streak. Take advantage of the distraction he is causing for Sadler and his followers to retrieve the sample.
He's like 3 very different characters across those games. Oh, that was the end of the chapter.
Jack Krauser has been the subject of extensive study and research by the organization. His skills and personality have been tested both
And then
on
this is the
and off the
Krauser part.
battlefield.
In...
If he weren't the best, he would become a liability.
I'm trying to think of like how best to describe him. No wonder his name floats around in regards to RE
My
games.
conclusion? He's a great soldier. No more, no less. As long as he's well compensated, he shouldn't cause any problems for us.
Leon is such
If he does start to get restless, I can take care of him. I've studied his combat style and can deal with that arm of his if necessary.
You say that, and like the boss fight's not that bad.
It was Wesker who decided that Krauser should be sent to spy on the cult.
Leon has like
He also
3
decided to
different
send me
versions.
along. I wonder if it wasn't to keep an eye on Krauser.
The version of him from RE2 is very...
No doubt, Krauser has already fallen to the temptation of Las Plagas and the power they represent.
How do I describe
This
it?
could have dire consequences for the organization.
Puppy boy.
On some level, however, this may be a necessary development, as his role is to disrupt this farce of a play.
Especially...
That said, the stage and its players will
Especially in the way that he reacts to Ada. He's
Bad
so...
luck for him. But he'll play the patsy in the end and take the fall for all of us. That's why I need to make sure things keep going exactly as they are.
Yeah, so this should be us on the island. Leon is so... quintessential puppy boy, especially in RE2. RE2, he's a rookie cop, like fresh on the job, first day at work, literally the worst day to be in the city. He's so naive, but still so sweet, while still genuinely trying to do his best and caring for all of the coworkers who he never really had a chance to really meet. And then Ada comes in and has him wrapped around her finger. This is chapter 4. This is probably Yeah, this is that
What's the
cutscene.
news on our friend Leon?
He's not making it easy.
And
The
she's
sample?
Sadler's got it. It seems he sniffed out our little game.
Perfect.
she's so
Just so we understand each other clearly, I don't trust you, nor does Wesker. If you try to do anything clever, I will kill you.
Is that so? You know, I met Wesker long before you.
I love her.
We'll see soon enough if you did.
He's
Yeah.
very
We'll see.
he's very used to that knife. Unfortunately so.
Quite a jolly mess he's made, that Leon, but all for the better. Sadler's people have fallen into a panic. Their
Why did you use
destruction is
jolly?
only a matter of time now.
Once he gets Ashley back, his job will be finished. He'll no longer be a factor.
No, I'm leaving Leon to Krauser. Hurry up and retrieve the sample.
Maybe you forgot, Wesker. I don't always play by your rules.
She is so defensive of him sometimes too. Stop Leon's assassination. She's very defensive of this boy. Like even in Resident Evil 2, she does so much to like help him, and then he does everything to protect her. He does everything he can to protect her, and it doesn't cleanly work out. Purely because, shocker, she's maybe like a little bit of a agent for the bad guy sometimes. And then RE4, like Leon's like more pretending to be gruff and serious. Oh, this was the start that I remembered. Which is actually perfect because I wanted to. I need to actually switch over to a different game. So that I don't run out of time when doing my for doing the dailies. For Blue not Blue Archive, for Blue Protocol. I'm so why? I don't even play that game. No, Leon is a darling baby boy. He goes from like such a soft puppy boy in like Resident Evil 2, even the original, he's a very sweet boy, to then this kind of wannabe cool guy for RE4, who's like, his most iconic line is saying, "Where's everybody going? Bingo?" Like a huge loser to himself, while he still thinks that he's super cool. Then RE6 has him like being super mall goth, wannabe emo. Which is incredibly funny for him to try to like shift into. And then even then in that, he's still so enamored by Ada. But like they're really cute, especially the way that they like banter and like go back and forth. Like, yeah, he's doing super important stuff constantly, but it's like, no, he cares about her. He cares about her so much. They're adorable. They are like the quintessential Resident Evil couple. Like, it's super cute. It's super cute, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. I want more Ada just to see her messing with Leon. It's that cute. And like Ada's already one of my favorite characters in general, because she never drops the cool girl act. Like she stays very consistently like, I don't want to say wannabe, but like she does maintain that ability to be serious. Um... Oh, this is a more significant update. Then I might actually have more time to actually do this other thing first. Okay, so then good that I'm doing this slightly out of order. Where did I put it? There it is. Like, no, Leon, people went crazy for Leon, especially in the RE2 remake. They really did a lot to characterize him in a very cute way, and it works out. There's a reason why he's kind of like the poster boy, even though Chris is, for all intents and purposes, like the real main protagonist. Because Chris has been there since Resident Evil 1. Like, he's been there since RE1. He was there in Code Veronica. He was there in 5, taking out the main antagonist for such a long time. He showed up both in 7 and 8. But no, Puppy Boy Leon. Puppy Boy Leon. Puppy Boy Leon is the important one to focus on. He is too precious. He's far, far, far too precious. But give me 1 second to switch this over. Also going to be a quick ad break in a sec, but that just gives you time to set this up. Because I have to make sure that this is all balanced right. Okay. Hang on. Okay, that actually just might be better. That might be a better long-term solution. Agile isn't too bad so long as I'm doing boring stuff, which actually helps me make sure that I'm setting things up correctly. I don't think I can do... Ooh. Let me actually switch to like a more open line. Okay, that should be better. And that should be out of ads. Let me just make sure that this doesn't sound too bad. Perfect. It's like a little choppy. But I think that's just because I'm in like such a populated place. I've been tempted. Hang on. I've been tempted, I want to say mostly by you, to do like those longer, like the longer ad sections. But I'm also not too disturbed by like 30-second, like stalling for time for like 30 seconds. Oh, gives you a free color change. Because that at least gives me like time to adjust or like fix certain things. Consume focus, defeat monsters. So I just gotta do my dailies. Because I'm still in the middle of figuring out kind of mostly how real gearing works. But for the now, I think I'm mostly just in the middle of doing, Oh. I think I'm mostly just in the middle of, like, doing my dungeon runs to get gear. because I also have to make sure to consume the stamina stuff. I feel insane the way that I've been jumping between games. You're new. Oh, I thought this was an ad fight real quick. Break form, evade now. What is this? Don't tell me that's that has to pulse if I get near it. 3 soul spears must be. Is this Ifrit? So if I pull back here. Honestly, the biggest reason 30 seconds isn't painful. 3 minutes reminds me to stand up, stretch. That's honestly also part of why I, probably why I should switch to, like, those longer ones. Because I'm really bad at, like, remembering to, like, get up and stretch and do stuff like that. That wasn't too bad. 3, 2, 1. Because, like, I'll end up going for, like, really long streams. I can sometimes go for, like, really long streams and then I'll forget to, like, actually stretch and, like, drink water. That's why the posture and water regimes are, like, actually really helpful for me. Because kind of without it, I might be a little stupid. And my back will scream at me, justifiably so. I need to make sure... Why is that one still? Okay, so I still have these boss keys to use too. Yeah, because those are starting to overcap, I think. I don't know if it's saying that because there's a redeem or what. Oh. Like, it's usually not that big of an issue. Not the manual. It's usually not that big of an issue if I'm like trying to remember where my dailies were. It's season hub. Consume focus will get me 200. I can do that at the end. Defeat elites, world bosses, cargo, world boss, chaotic realm. Yeah, so I can do like 1 dungeon run. 1 dungeon run after this. Like, it's just mostly, like, down to me reminding myself to, like, actually, like, stretch and, like, what was it? I do, like, a finger thing where, like, I stretch my fingers. It's like a musician exercise. Even though I don't play the instrument that's kind of for. But that won't stop me from stealing it because it's very helpful. So stepping away for that actually isn't too bad since I have a gap closer. That's actually really neat. gotta get better at holding my burst for those breaks. I'm thinking too much like FF14 when I should be planning around this more like it's Grand Blue. 3, 2, 1. Aw, I was the second off. It's always my wrist that, yeah. That's why I'm getting better at like making sure that the back especially. Making sure that you're resting well, making sure that you're sitting up straight. Like, yeah. And also making sure that like you're one, that your posture is right, and then also just like giving your wrists like a chance to relax, like spinning them around every now and then. Not like wholly spinning them around, but like rotating them. That's the right word to use. 5,000, so I'm still too far from that, but I can still do Tina's. If I do this like at 200, that will put me at 300. Trying to think. Oh, because there's still guild card to do. Please ignore the guild name. I only joined it because like there's stuff to do for dailies. I am in the middle of looking for like an actual... Like once things kind of like actually settle down and like a more consistent audience is kind of here for this game, at the very least, because for reference, like I'm actually almost out of all these. I'm mostly a FF14 player. And like, yeah, guilds and stuff are still important in 14, but they don't seem to be as important as they are here, especially for your daily stuff. Like this cargo turn-in stuff, like that's very similar to, that's very similar to like your Grand Company turn-ins from 14, but dance together in the center. Shoulder stiffness too. Like the rotor cuffs can get rough. I sleep very poorly. I sleep very poorly. I maybe potentially don't take proper I don't want to say advice. I just don't sleep right. I don't sleep right. I don't know when it happened. I don't know when it happened, but I know that it started happening. I definitely toss and turn a lot more in my sleep than I used to. Because I'll find my sheets and like blanket way more. I'll find my sheets and my blanket like way more like tossed all around and thrown to the side, especially by like my legs. I don't know when that started to happen. I just started like kicking a lot more in my sleep, I guess. And I never used to do that. Bad sleep is the worst. I need to make sure that I stop sleeping on my side. Yeah, shoulder, you bringing that up reminded me, like, yeah, no, I sleep on my side, like, too much. Whoops. I sleep on my side, like, way too much, and, like, I feel it, like, the second that I get up. It's bad. It's really bad. That's why I was late for stream, one day. Like, I don't even know why. I don't know why, but like I had gone out walking like a little bit before stream because I try to do that frequently. But something happened. I don't know what. But like my lower back did not like something that I did. And I was just kind of suffering. And like it was really hard. It was really hard to kind of like, that's why I had to lay down and just kind of like lay in bed for like 30 minutes before I started streaming. Like it messed me up. It messed me up. That's why I've been trying to take a little bit more care for myself. Like getting comfy on my side, but eventually I rolled back on my back because my shoulder. I've been trying to get better at Oh, cool, there is a Bane Lord here. I try to get better at like making sure that I sleep on my back, but I'm too used to it. Listen, I've done... I am taking... I don't want to say like I'm taking advantage of it. It is good that I rested. It's just like how I rest is the very important thing. I don't want to say I'm taking advantage of it, but as a way to not elaborate, as a way to not elaborate, I'm taking advantage of when I can. I'm taking advantage of the time that I can sleep on a hotel floor, on the floor of a hotel room, not a hotel floor. No, but I have done. No, I did do that a couple times, but that was different. I'm taking advantage of the time that I can do that, before like that results in me going to like a hospital. Welcome, Lint. Welcome, Linty. I was simply explaining my bad back. Well, it's not bad, but like my bad sleeping habits. I'm taking advantage of like when of my permanent youthful exuberance for as long as I can. I say as I have taken like 2 naps earlier today, but I'm willing to blame at least one of those on like a caffeine crash. Caffeine crash and maybe a little bit of frustration. Oh, I'm stupid. No, wait, this is... No, I am stupid. The floor sounds nice and cool, I mean. I will admit... Yeah, I am stupid. These are non-linear dungeons. Like, early 14. I need to keep that in mind. I will say, not in a way that, incriminates me. But there is no way that I can say this without it incriminating me in some way. Sleeping in a hotel room floor is definitely better than sleeping in a tub. Definitely can't recommend doing that. Especially don't do that after a certain age, or else your body will just kind of, scream at you. That's a stack marker. Please, please. Oh, that person's kind of face rolling. I need to get them up. That's not good. That one's moving more. Listen. Sometimes you do things because you think that it's funny. Whether or not that is the smart thing to do is separate from its comedic value. Where's the open part? Here. Then it's clockwise. It is Blue Protocol. Like, I'm really liking this game. The boss design is, like, incredibly fascinating to me. Like, it feels like such a very interesting, it feels like such a very interesting iteration from, Final Fantasy XIV. Spread marker. And like, I was just playing 14 earlier today with a couple of friends. I was doing the Guardian Arc File quest. And like, that was one of my favorite fights in the entire— that's one of my favorite fights in the entire game so far. Sorry, Archer, you're gonna learn how to do Nisi one day. Like, these spread mechanics are actually really cool. Like, that person's gonna learn eventually how you do Nisi. Because, like, this is kind of a long run now. Because I've been to runs where she doesn't do this mechanic. But that entirely comes down to how well your party does, like, the stack mechanic, since that factors into her stagger. Like this. Please do not run from me. Like, the fact that those mechanics have direct impact on your damage output, or like their vulnerability, makes this so much more interesting than I thought it was going to be. And like, these fights immediately have much more mechanics than a lot of the early fights in 14, honestly. Like, I never would have imagined a pass mechanic like Nisi being in the second boss fight that you really have to do. That's not good. Up in here, rotate right. Oh, it's going the other way. Like, you really can't. Like, you can theoretically face roll, but you're really kind of dragging other people down if you're not if you don't really learn how some of these mechanics work. Granted, I am speaking, like, with the experience of somebody who's played Final Fantasy XIV for, like, 10 plus years, 10 years at this point, have consistently done raids and EXs. So like I'm able to eye these mechanics and go, oh, that's a spread. Oh, that's a stack. Oh, that's Nisi. But like for other people, it's not going to be as easy. Which is why I don't really get a lot of the complaints that like, oh, this game is mindless. This game is mindless, pay to win. When it's like I'm seeing people face roll mechanics because they're just not attempting them at all. What's that at? Oh, that was for Novice Tracker. Wait, oh. So that's the activity merits. Do I have any more? Oh, I do have Center Stage. Increases your magic attack for the period of time and amplifies the next skill you cast. Your next 2 special attacks do not consume performance passion. 5-fold crescendo doubles the healing instances. Then Heroic Melody has the time needed to trigger Fierce Strike. Heroic Anthem doubles the damage dealt. Okay, so this is more for personal. Passion Burst allows project cast. Ooh, that's actually really good. Yeah, so this is for like doing dungeons, this is for solo stuff. Cool. Oh, these can go up to 16 now. I'm also not really used to like these types of skill systems where you're having 4 on your bar and then like 3 core skills. So like there's a lot of first time stuff for me. But like just the boss fight design enough. The boss fight design itself is like really keeping me interested to the point where like I want to commit to this. I want to commit to this to the point where like I see what endgame is. Because if they're throwing stuff like Nisi, stacks, spreads, ad management, like for very early fights, I'm very curious to see how it how this all plays out later. Gain the ability to leap forward with special movement after landing. A time engage will appear. Jump again at the right time. Fill stamina. Wait. Also, the movement system's like super interesting to me. So it's not just when you hit the ground, it's when you're specifically at that point. Because I'm still trying to unlock the... At a certain level, I'm gonna unlock like wall running, and that's what I really want to see. It's not bullet jumping, but it's definitely good enough for me. Like, there's a lot of very small things that this game does that keeps me very interested in committing to it. And I really want to see this through, like, as far as it can kind of go. I only have like a couple things that I have to gather for. I'm trying to remember what it was. What is this? Chemical solution that facilitates the conversion of sigils of another class. Oh. That actually might be useful for me. Wait, those require the same materials. Ah, okay, so no, that is worth me tracking then. Thankfully, also doing dailies seems to be pretty quick. So it's not like I'm doing this, like, forever. And plus the auto-navigate also helps cut down on tedium a little. What is that platinum card? This, at the very least, is also very reminiscent of just, like, normal gathering in 14, just minus the, hair-pulling... the hair-pulling probability. It just requires a little bit of, patience. Which also just gives me time to either check stuff in menus, or to just talk. Like, I've been very much enjoying this. It's a nice, very low-stake kind of MMO, but then there's also fun stuff to do to grind with friends. Regardless of either their active level or ability score. And also the people haven't been, like, super vile. Like, aside from the ones who are, like, very purposely trying to be troublemakers, like, no, people have been calling out where certain boss spawns in the world chat so that people can join up and help. And, like, people who are typically waiting around for certain bosses, they tend to be rather conversational. Like, it's very... These first few days are always the most interesting parts of an MMO, because that's when a lot of the culture tends to form. Whoops. I pressed E instead of F. You see how people figure out, either, like, oh, hey, how do we share this information? What kind of norms get established? Like, there's even people who ask for, revives in the world chat, which I don't remember. I remember happening in 14, but it happens so much less in 14 now. The only times when it, like, happens, or at least it still happens, is typically during, like, big hunts. Like, either during a hunt train or when everybody kind of, like, stacks up for an S rank. But if somebody's just kind of dead, like, no. Somebody will ask, like, hey, can you help me? Can somebody res me? Because you don't even need to be a healer to do it. You just need to walk over to them and press F. Which makes me very curious about how that, like, significantly impacts, high-end rating. Because if everybody has the chance, if everybody has the ability to raise, then I wonder, like, how that impacts healers or, like, positions. Like, would that mean that range users, either raise more, or maybe it would be somebody who is up close because of, because either a knockback or when somebody died. How that works with, like, burst windows. Like, I think I have, like, a firm understanding of, like, how my rotation works, but figuring out how that works and knowing when to hold to factor into enemy break is something more... I don't want to say it's more engaging than 14, because I don't believe that's true. 14's is more about, like, maintaining that float consistently throughout an entire fight, whereas this feels like you do your normal rotation, you do want to output as much damage as possible, but then you're also keeping in mind when the break is. Like I kind of equated it to Grand Blue. I think I used like stagger. I'm using stagger as like a kind of catch-all term, but it's much closer to like Grand Blue when a boss kind of goes into overdrive. Where like you do want to output as much damage as possible because you kind of want to get the boss out of that as fast as possible. But then you're also still preparing for break because the boss is so much more vulnerable then. Like that's where your big spike is. Damn, you're 5 levels higher than me. I've been somewhat keeping up with it. Also, welcome Ryu. I've been keeping up with it. I've been falling off at least like the past few days. But I've been trying to keep up with the story as much as I can. I'm now like a couple days behind, and like doing the story thing is definitely the way that you get so much more experience. Like it's so heavily stacked. Like, let me look. Like what is that? 3 zeros. 1.5 million. 1.5 million for a main story quest. And then like 100,000 for a side quest. 100,000 for a guide quest. 600,000 for a guide quest. Side quests are like 200,000. Thank you, Moro, because I might have been leaning forward perhaps a little bit. Perhaps a little tiny bit. Yeah, the EXP gain is like really nuts. I was only doing it slightly. The EXP gain is nuts, but that's also why that's why they really get you about doing the dailies. Cause like these first 3 or so, like they give you like 3 million something EXP. It's like 2 to 3, it's like 2 story quests worth. So like doing your dailies is like a really good way of consistently leveling up when there's not story to do. But even then, like I'm level 40, but I can't. That emote is so cute. I'm level 40, but like I can't take on certain enemies that are like level 40 purely due to my gear. So like I need to like actually I need to grind. I need to actually like sit down and do an extra item and gathering focus. That is useful. I need to like actually focus and work a little bit to make sure that I can get gear. Cause like right now all my stuff is still level. I'm still trying to figure out a little bit about the gear stuff, but the stat stuff I feel like I have down pretty well. I just need to work on getting stronger gear, which means I need to keep running dungeons, which means I need to keep doing actual stuff instead of kind of not doing stuff. But when you're jumping between so many other like gotchas and stuff, it's like maybe a little difficult. It's progress. It just takes time and it takes effort. Where am I? Here, so this way. But thankfully it's not like too bad. I actually forget if this is the one that spawns every... Because I also need to keep track of... It's these two that I need to get rid of. These are every hour, these are every half hour. Because I also need the drops that these ones give for different gear that I need later. A lot of pink names. I don't even know what the pink names like mean specifically. Let me change over to world chat. I wish I had a pink name, but it's still pretty good. Frostogre 180... 184. Pink is a good color. Pink is a very good color. Oh, those people are like... Like, I really... Ooh. Sorry, my main colors... Ooh. My main colors are... Tsukihime. My main colors are mostly red and black. I got frozen. I also, like, one thing that I really like about this is how frequently, like, it really does encourage you to play or work with others. Because, like, these world bosses are very core to your, are very core to progression. The boss is getting too far. I don't know how far the boss gets before it needs to be pulled back. I don't like the way that it's like slowly rotating to the side. It can't move more. Oh no, it's moving way too far. It's trying to adjust to hit that one guy who's behind the boxes. But if this boss starts moving, it's way far from its spawn. There it is. Or no. That's bad. We need to not move this far, but only the tank has control over that. He needs to stop moving that far. Oh, he might be stuck. Oh, well, sucks to be in. Wow, he really is stuck. Damn. Innovative. Wait, can I tie that with jumps? Sweet. Okay. Tempest 22. That's not what I need, though. Oh, I guess yeah, I did get rid of like a couple of them. As long as you're also spending like 2 of these keys per day before reset, then you're fine. Plus also, it's kind of just nice. Like, how do I put it? There's 2 other places I haven't seen yet. 3? Wait, what? Okay. Hang on. Not that I actually have, like, more mobility options. While I wait to see, like, where the next big hunt is. Like, this mobility is so much fun to just mess with. Like, I've kinda... Oh no, I'm running out of stamina. Oh. Crab 66. And I actually need that. Got crab is here. Crab is here. That's so nice that you can just teleport. Like, regardless of where you are, as long as you have, like, that one little spot, you can just TP there. Switch sublines. Also, the fact that there are multiple sublines, like, it just changes your, Uh-oh. Where? Yeah, left, this way. Oh, there's a lot of people that were waiting for this. This is a real... No, this is the experience that I've been missing from like S rank hunts in 14 for like a few years. Like, there's so many people here. Like, I've yet to see a boss melt like this before. Rest well, Morrow. You did kind of have a very long stream, but it means a lot that you're stopping by. I hope you have a good night. Right, that's when it goes under. And these telegraphs also target under specific players. Yes, yes, water. I'll remember. I'll remember. I think between the graphic of like the big break on screen and then everybody also popping ults might have caused it to slow down a little. Because it's like purely server side. Like I've yet to see the game get like this. And like 14 only ever gets like this bad when there's... when there's like a similar number of people all going after a big overworld boss. Easy. 61, 64. So 61. This feels so good. This is like the exact ideal scenario that these lines like actually set up for. Oh, these people are just trying to death ball. Also, like 14, if you're dead when the thing that you're trying to hunt is dead, you don't get access to the chest. Oh my god. Like everybody actually participating really does matter. But you also still have to care about your own like self-preservation. Because if somebody just doesn't pick you up by the end, then you're missing gear. Uh, 58. And as long as you're participating, then you still get progress. So then after this I have to run to 64. It's full. Damn, alright. Then people split off like evenly. No, that's really good then. That got a lot of my... That spent 2 to 3 days worth of keys. Please tell me I can get in. Please tell me you can get in. No, it's dead. No, that's good then. Damn, that got me a lot more than I was expecting. All my dailies done. I still have like a couple of weekly things, but I think that's more substantial stuff. Oh, I'm almost at Monster Manual 3. So then yeah, I'll probably actually have to focus on gearing. Cause let me go back to Astraleads. Because I have to make sure to properly gear. That's the only way that I can actually do the harder dungeons. Because the way that they balance it is that your gear score factors, your gear score determines how much damage you take. So like, this Towering Ruin says 5,333. Oh, I can actually do it. But my intellect, my endurance. So this is what I have now. Optimal is here. So my endurance is lower than what it would prefer. So it takes slightly more damage. My luck's also a little bit lower. My armor's also really lower. My refined armor's also really lower. So like I'm not... I could go in. I would have to be very careful. But I could theoretically still do it. But I can also go in here, get this legendary gear, which would be better, use that to level up, go in here, get this legendary gear, that would be better to level up. And then I can not only tackle this, but I also can start working towards surviving in Towering Ruin. I also did miss this. Foods and potions can temporarily boost your combat abilities. So yeah, like food buffs and potions and stuff. And then doing this. Yeah, that's... damn. And this starts in a couple days. Banelord weapons appearance. Oh, it's a free glamour. Interesting. So yeah, there's like an actual gearing process that like I'm starting to slowly chip my way into, which is going to end up leading into me actually refining and then slowly leveling up from there. So like you can make progress just as much as you're willing to kind of grind the dungeons, but aside from that, you're able to just do life skills, social events, because those also give you a chance of getting more gear. One, two. I'm also usually not like very big about caring about mobility options in like MMOs. But I can't lie, doing that feels pretty good. That leads all the way down here, and there was a chest for that. And then float into a glide. Into another... Damn, I slowed down too much. Five. Like, I don't know. This is like a really... This has just been like a nice thing to play. It's been nice to like play occasionally, even just like hang out and sometimes like chat to people that are just like around. Especially if a lot of people waiting. It reminds me of like when 14 felt a little bit more social. Like you were just able to kind of like talk with people. One time I think I was waiting with a friend. and like they jokingly kind of asked for like a manga recommendation. And then like, no, somebody replied and they actually gave one for like one that they were reading. And like they actually like traded that information. Yeah, traded that information, like actually got like solid recommendations. I like the way that it encourages, or at least like naturally kind of pushes players towards that social aspect. It's like really nice. I'm probably gonna end up finding like a district here that I like hanging out in a lot more. It's probably gonna be entertainment. Simply due to my own bias. Like, there are ways of just like doing a bunch of stuff kind of on your own, especially if you want to. But like, if you're gonna play a massively multiplayer online game, I like that the guild stuff is kind of very central, especially for like progression. It's not like you need it, but without not having it is like notable. Because they are very kind of optional in 14, which I don't necessarily disagree with. I think that's by all accounts like a good thing for 14 to have. It's an option for people to have, especially considering that housing is limited. But like, it's nice. It's nice that there are things in this game that push players towards interacting and talking with one another. Even just the way that even just a way of giving like heads up of just like where the monsters are spawning. Because those are very useful resources, and like it would be a lot better to take those on with multiple players than just fighting on your own. It's a fun experience. Okay. That ended up being like a lot more than I expected it to be. Trying to notice. Trying to figure out when this thing is supposed to update. Because if I can't do my, if I can't like also quickly do my Limbus weeklies, then like I'm not gonna sweat it. Like this stream already kind of started very late, and I was supposed to be playing Metaphor, but I love driver updates. I love driver updates. They're super, super neat and super fun. Yeah, no, the only thing I really have to do is work on doing this. And I wanted to do this earlier today, but circumstances is what I'll say. Actually, give me this. Let me move. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Also, I'm gonna sound so petty for this. Aren't they fun? It's very fun. It's very fun when I want to update this thing and then it's just like, hey, you're not gonna be allowed to use your computer for 2 hours. Are you gonna know that beforehand? No? Cool. Thank you. Oh, definitely. Where is it? I keep forgetting. There it is. Da-da-da-da. What do you mean? I hope it's not one of those things where like that person has to be online at the time. My UID is in the bottom right. No, wait, I think it's because, hang on. No, it's not, because I think it's because you need... There it is. So cool quality of life update that usually break. Yep, yep. And that's only gonna get worse when they stop supporting Windows 10. Good thing I remember about that pound sign thing, because that like messed me up with a couple of my friends when I was trying to add them earlier too. Also, the way that the friend system works in this, like whenever somebody sends you a message, it's not like a small ping in your message saying, like, no, it's a full-on like Billy comment. Happened 2 days ago. Oh, so I was right. That was sooner than I expected. I completely forgot about that. Thankfully, there are at least other people who... There are at least people who care besides, Oh, I don't think I've ever been in here. Ah, that's why. Trade Center. Oh, this is like a... Ramen. This is just like the player hall. Okay. Yeah, I've been very attuned and keeping up with that, I promise. So sad about it, my laptop ain't leaving Windows 10, even my desktop is... Yeah. I am very likely also going to stick with Windows 10 for a while. Unless like I get a completely new computer, like I'm probably gonna end up sticking with Windows 10. One, because I'm partly used to it. Two, because like I don't like updating to their new stuff. Like it took me a while to update to 10 even, and that was purely because like I literally kind of couldn't not at a certain point. Oh, I can take this chair. Oh, that changes based off of where your camera's facing. I thought it was just... Okay, that's actually really cool. That at least makes that a lot more clear. That's really nice, actually. Ugh. I don't have anything else. Hang on. I'm probably just gonna shift this into like a just chatting stream. I'm like tired. I'm not tired in like a very like tired way, because I still have to like wake up in like 7-8 hours so that I can do my normal morning stream. But because because I also started, you know what, I can plan that out like now while I'm doing this. Yeah, I can switch that to just chatting. Cause like now, cause I couldn't do Limbus, so whatever. Plus it's also my fault. My fault for maybe taking a little bit of a nap before stream. Might be slightly my fault for taking like a little bit of a nap before stream. But that is not my fault because I blame that driver update for screwing me over. The driver update and a bunch of other stuff, like it was... I don't know. Sometimes you just end up having like one of those days where just like everything kind of... A lot of things seem fine and then they go okay. And then like a little bit before you do something important, that's specifically when like 7 things like to go wrong at the same time. Like very specifically at that time, just to annoy you. But I've been at least, I want to say, adjusting to it. It hasn't been that bad, in quotation marks. Relative, parentheses, questionable, and now my sleep schedule is only going to be further messed up. Yay. It is only going to substantially get worse from this point on, and I can't do anything to really remedy it. And I'm also not going to pretend like the... What am I on now? I'm on like... I'm not singing that. Not even because I'm concerned about a copyright strike. I'm not singing that because I purely... That song causes very significant... I'll call it mental anguish. Also, welcome, Lou. I'm honestly surprised that you're awake at this time. Because what am I on? I'm on like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Technically 10. When I wake up in the morning, that'll be 11. Also technically because I'm like going over the time. Want to pop balloons? Okay. That took me a second to understand. Why does it automatically turn this on? I'm staying up popping balloons. I don't understand. Well, no. I can understand from like a tower... yeah. I can understand from like a... tower defense fan perspective. I can understand from that perspective. Even though I haven't played like a tower defense game that I liked in like a while. Even though I did get very tempted. I got very tempted with that Limbus collab with Arknights to download it again. But I know that that was not going to work out. Just because Arknights doesn't do the tower defense that I like. Unfortunately. Very unfortunately. But I had been very interested in it because of the story, but I'm not sure if being interested in the story is enough to get me to get in there consistently. I do like tower defense. I do like tower defense, but I don't like the way that Arknights does it. And I'm starting to realize that I maybe am just very specific or I'm very picky about how I like tower defense. Which might be why I haven't been able to find another tower defense game that I liked. That I like. Which is kind of tragic. Because I honestly would play them a lot more. I just need to find like the right type of genre for it. Right type of genre, what am I saying? I need to find the right type of games with the right type of feeling that I like for it. Because I like being able to... How do I describe it? I like the upgrading. I like the... Which ones did you like? I like the very specific one that I had on my phone like 15 years ago. I'm gonna sound like an asshole that I can't remember that I can't remember what it was. Number go up. You could upgrade the towers. It was more kind of like free range. It was very free range, which is like there is a path that the enemies do like travel across, and it's like, okay, you need to keep in mind like one's on the ground, one's in the air, like ones with steady towers that you would probably upgrade. I'm gonna sound like an asshole because like I very much likely probably would actually like Bloons tower defense. I would probably like Bloons tower defense, but I don't like the aesthetic. I do not like the visuals of that game, and that is probably the only reason why I have not swallowed my pride and like actually given it a chance. Because I gave Arknights like a solid shot, I really did. But this felt more puzzle boxy to me. Not in like the way that like they have a solid set, very fixed solution, as much as I like having all of my options. I like having all of my options given to me. Not necessarily how to use them or in the way to use them, but it is up to me to figure out how to upgrade them, how to positioning. I like the macro game. I like the macro game of it, of like, okay, the enemies are going in this way. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it because I sound insane. I like the macro game of like, the tower is here. I sound so insane. I like the macro game of like, okay, you have a slow fire, slow rapid repeater. This one's like slowing enemies down. This one gets rid of flying enemies. This one does an AoE damage. Figure it out. Sounds like I'm just describing every tower defense fan. Tower defense game. I'm going to sound like somebody who... I'm going to sound like those types of people that I hate who say, I like a JRPG, but only if it does this, this, and this. And then I go, oh, so you mean like a lot of JRPGs? And then they go, no, only like the two that I like. Like, I sound so crazy. I sound so crazy because, like, I tried the tower defense mode that was like a limited event in Zenless, and I didn't like it. Something about it, I didn't like it. But granted, like, yeah, it was like a limited time mode, it was very simple, it's just like... I think I do understand what the difference is. I think I like ones that are more budget focused. Because I never had an interest in Plants vs. Zombies, and that was purely down to the sunflowers. I think a large part of that was the sunflower thing that I didn't like. I like the idea that you're rewarded for your efficiency, and that the more efficient that you are, the more money that you get. And the more money that you get means that you can spend that on upgrades or buying more towers. And then how efficient you are with that increases your budget even more, and then that can kind of like snowball. It is kind of like numbers go up. But I don't like it when the resource itself is one of the towers that you have to maintain. I think that is the big thing for me. Which again, I'm also gonna sound like a crazy asshole because I'm pretty positive that Arknights also doesn't have that. I'm pretty certain that Arknights doesn't have that problem. Interesting. Oh no, these things are just like spitting out random ideas. The positive feedback loop, yes. I'm trying to find a way to say this. There was a certain tower defense game, kind of a tower defense, more of a dungeon defense game. I'm trying not to say what it was on Twitch. Because of subject matter. But there was one that I really liked that was a dungeon defense game. I can try. I'll try to send you a little bit more details about it, like after stream. When, but like I really liked it. I really liked it because it also had that feedback loop. Because it had a system where I'm really skirting the fucking line. It had a system where there was a way for you to convert enemy units into ally units. And there were different enemy units, and like they were weak to different types of towers. Like some were typically really fast, which meant that you had to slow them down in different ways. And it was very interesting. It was very interesting because you also had to build the path that they had to walk through. Like there were different routes that they could take, but they had to take some of the routes that like you created yourself. It's like PVC. Did you? You're gonna have to link it to me. You're gonna have to link it to me because I will give it a try. But it was one where you had to like build your own path. Like you had a lot of control over it. And like you would eventually make the paths like a lot longer. You'd have to make the paths longer because there was too many enemies. And so like, okay, if they split off and they went into different directions, then you can at least deal with them that way. Granted, I will also say that might still okay. It was less tower defense, more of like you sending monsters. So it was like different units that you had access to based off of your mana, and then you were summoning those units. And like if you could get a lot of bang for your buck for that one unit, you would get magic back, which meant that you could spend up on either upgrading that one unit or summoning more units so that you can keep defending your dungeon. Aside from maybe other aspects about it that might have been appealing, from a pure gameplay perspective, like I really genuinely liked that game. It was genuinely fun to play. It was genuinely super fun to play, and I really liked it. And like that's always been in my mind. That and the other one that I had on my phone. Not similar subject matter. Were like two titles that I'd like really... No, those were two tower defense, kind of base defense games that I really liked. I think I was mentioning it to... No, I don't think I said it directly. No, I was thinking about bringing it up tomorrow. I really like knowledge games. I really like knowledge games. The more that I've been kind of playing knowledge games, the more I've been into I really like knowledge games. I really like a lot of games that have... I'm realizing that I'm liking games that have a lot of macro, which is very funny because I never really got into strategy RPGs. Not strategy RPGs, I never got into RTSs. Which is odd because you would think that it would be something that I am into. Especially based off of like me saying the different games that I do like. Or at least the aspects that I like. But I think part of that, no, I did like Halo Wars. I liked Halo Wars, but that was mostly because, like, I had friends who I could play that with. And also a lot of the Halo stuff, like, part of it. Blame that on, just having... Well, they were also really into, tactical RPGs. Not tactical RPGs. They're very into... Why can't I even... Strategy games. I don't know why I was like trying to... I don't know, I was trying to like overly explain them. This does look very familiar. It does look familiar, but I don't think I played it. But no, I can see the similarities that you mean. But I never played strategy games. I think a friend of mine tried to get me into... Also, needless to say, but your art is gorgeous. I do have a friend who tried to get me into Hearts of Iron. I had a friend who tried to get me into Hearts of Iron. I had another friend who tried to also get me into... I also had another friend who tried to get me into Command & Conquer. But like, I don't know. Something about like grand strategy. That's the way to put it. Grand strategy games were the ones that like I can't really fully get into. Something about the scale. Something about like the mini microsystems. Like I was never able to get into Civ. Like I think the largest scale game I can get into that has a focus on macro, like paying attention to everything that's happening around the map, resources, and stuff like that, unfortunately is a MOBA. Unfortunately, a MOBA just overlaps so well with the various things that I am interested in and that I am good at doing. I'm good at managing like my own micro stuff, like stuff that's happening in my lane, things that are around me, things that are important to that, stuff that's happening with like my teammates, like that stuff I can keep track of. I really like that. And then applying that to a macro level where it's like, okay, something bad is happening top. What can I do that can help out them from where I am? When can I find a good opportunity to do that? I can do that after I push this enemy out of the lane, but I'm currently getting pushed right now. What can I do here? It's problem solving. MOBA really has eaten more than half the RDS audience. Yeah. That's why, because it's a very... what's the right word? What's the right way of putting it? It's a very... I'm trying to find like a right way of putting it. It's very focused on... It's not necessarily entirely focused on the individual, but you feel your impact. It is a team. It is still technically a team-based game, but you feel your impact, and I feel like you feel that impact slightly more. You feel that impact slightly more than like you dealing with like, no, how do I put it? It's for people who would like an RTS but don't want all of that on themselves. They want to be a part of the team, because that's a good thing. That's a really good thing that MOBAs are good at. It's really good at having multiple people like still feel like they're a part of a team, but then also still feel like I'm the star player, or at least gives them a chance of feeling like the star player. Because you go between this thing of like, okay, yeah, if I'm not doing so well, I have to rely on my team, or at least I need to mitigate the damage that my bad performance is doing to my team. But then, if you do have games where you are the main character, then it feels like the enemy team can't stop you, even all of them together. It's a power fantasy if a game goes well. It's also good at making it seem like it isn't your fault for losing. Precisely. Like, that's why you will find the most insufferable people playing those games. Preface. I did put a good amount of time into Overwatch. I put a good amount of time into Marvel Rivals. I have an embarrassing amount of time in League of Legends. Never spent money on League of Legends. I will have that on the record. But there are a number of people who, no matter what happens, no matter if they overextend, no matter if like if they see the pings, or if they tunnel vision and they just don't see the alerts, or they don't see the MIAs, they will say, why didn't you ping? Why wasn't my support helping me? Why didn't you go back and save me when I got ganked? Why wasn't that person marked missing? Like they will blame every single other person in the lobby, both enemies and teammates, before even considering that maybe it was a mistake that they made. And those people are the worst. They are the worst, not only to be around, but they're also typically some of the worst players in the game. Very, very, very inflated ego. Which makes them so pleasant. Just oh so pleasant to be around and to interact with, and to have on your team especially like, God, do you remember, because I don't know if you played during that era, I even hate calling it an era, before like roll queue, where like I think it's still in the game. I don't think it's still in the game, or at least there is like a way for you to pick for it, but it's like blind pick. It was blind pick, where you would just start the game. You would start the game, 5 people, whoever, and then first come first serve in chat, especially people who would insta-lock. It's just like, blind pick is still in the game. God bless, people can still be horribly scarred by that. Yeah, blind pick was so... Blind pick is the worst part of the game. Might be replaced by quick play. Yes. Ooh. I tap my mic. Yes, it is. I think it is replaced by, because it's no longer the default way. It was the default way. What, around 2010, 2011, somewhere around that time, like very early. But like it would just grab 5 players. It would grab 5 players, and like first come first serve. Whoever said that they were top, whoever said they were going top in chat, they got top role. Whoever said they were going support, like they would get it. Whoever said they were going ADC, they would get it. Whoever said they were going jungle, they would get it. And that had a very interesting effect, because it meant that, hey, I only know how to play support or ADC right now, but there are 3 other people in this lobby on my team who also only really play ADC. It meant that somebody either was learning to play other roles that game, or you were learning to play another role that game. And it always typically meant that you were going to play that role. You were going to play the new role, and then they would blame you because, like, oh, well, I had 5 games as jungle tonight. I want this one as ADC. I don't care if we lose. And then congratulations, that's GG. That's GG just instantly. Unless that was GG, unless by either a stroke of luck or divine intervention, a similar but worse situation happened on the enemy team. You were rolling dice on which team had the worst teammates, as a way of knowing, like, if you were going, not a way of even knowing, if you were going to have a good game or not. Like, that was such a nightmare scenario. And then Overwatch 1 brought that back. And then Marvel Rivals brought that back. It's so funny. As hard as, like, so many people, myself included, keep trying to go away from role queue, it's like, it's still fun to play time to time. It is. It genuinely is. But just the alt game modes. There's a reason why most people I know who still play it only play ARAM. There's a reason. Hang on. I'm going to BRB because I'm getting slightly hungry and I want to I'm gonna grab a Pop-Tart because I have nothing better to do because I'm too awake and I have no amount of ideas of what to play, but I can just at least keep talking. So I'm gonna BRB and run a quick 1-minute ad, grab a Pop-Tart, and then be right back. So yeah. So be right back. For some reason, I felt like really... For some reason, I felt like it was really fast. But maybe because I just, like, had the mental timer going. YouTube Studio, why are you messed up like this? Either way. Yeah, I tend to... Because how do I put that? Also, I grabbed the sandwich. Because let me pull a little bit behind the curtain. Because yeah, I have the ad break set up for... I have the ad break set for 30 seconds. So it's like one ad every 30 something. It's like it's like a 30-second ad every 30 minutes or something. That's why like frequently that's why you'll see me like do certain things, especially when I see like because I can see when the ad's coming up. And like if I'm in the middle of something, like if I'm in the middle of explaining something or talking about something, I'll try to like wrap it up quickly or like end on some type of note. And then I don't want to necessarily say stall, but it is, well no, it is kind of stalling. It's me buying time for like 30 seconds. And then I'll usually kind of get back to that or give it like a final thought or something. Because the way that I'm rationalizing it, the way that I rationalize it is that like the 30-second break gives me how do I put it? It's like a breather. It's like a very quick breather. Not enough to like justify me going to like a BRB screen. But like it's enough of like a quick lull. It's enough of a quick lull that it doesn't really interrupt the viewing experience. And if the trade-off is that, if the trade-off is one of those every 30 minutes, I think that's fair, because that at least gives me like a quick, that gives me like a quick second to breathe. A quick second to breathe, or like to kind of give the game time or something. Because I'm operating on that, I operate on the, like the 30 minutes or like 24 minutes equivalent to a, to like an anime. Not like I'm an anime, but like the like I'm used to like 24 minutes being like a usual television show. Granted, there's like 3 ad breaks during that. There's 3 ad breaks at like 7 to 8 minutes. Like very, at least when I used to like watch it. At least when I used to watch TV, like it used to break up like that. It was very easy for, it would be nice breaks so that it's not too much time, but that also gives you time to get up and do something. Granted, I don't really get up and do stuff. That's why when Morrow mentioned like using those 3 minutes to kind of like get up and stretch, like no, that's a really smart idea. Because before stream I typically have like, I typically let things roll for like 5 minutes. I try to not go over that. Because if like sometimes when I end stream, like, oh, there was like an ad that was supposed to play like right before the end of stream, but like I snoozed it, or whatever reason. Like, I always throw those off somehow. I let those like 5 minutes roll. Whatever like immediate ad is there, whatever pre-roll ad is there, like whatever, get it done, get it out of the way. Because then that gives me like 20 minutes at the start. I usually typically go like directly into a game. And then like no, from there it's like okay, and I see when those 30 second ad breaks are coming up. So then that's when I'll typically kind of like frame the sentence, not frame the sentence, but like frame the tangent that I'm going on. Like if I'm in the middle of discussing about something, I'll talk about it up until like 10 to 5 seconds before the ad either ended in a joke or just cut off or whatever. End in a joke or do something. So that way people who do get hit by the ad don't feel like they're losing the conversation. Then I'll typically kind of like fill for whatever time, fill for like the 30 seconds or whatever, pause the game, do whatever, something inconsequential, something that doesn't feel important to a viewer, in my perspective. And then when that ad's over, and then when like the community's back and stuff, then like then I bring the topic back up, either reiterate like my final thoughts or something, or continue on with it. Like I'm used to playing around that kind of 30-second ad break, just so that people still feel engaged, so that it's not like something that's really lost. Because I don't like really long ad breaks. Because that kind of like messes with me. Because I'm trying to figure out how to put it. I don't like really long ad breaks, because typically if I'm watching somebody, I want to just sit there and like kind of watch them, which like, yeah, no duh. But like, I'm very much not used to ads, and I'm not as desensitized to ads. I think there was like some type of stat or something a couple of years ago, and like by a couple I mean genuinely like two to three, where it was like the average person runs into like 300 something ads or something a day. I could not, even before, like even like around, I want to say 2011, 2012, like YouTube, like the ads that would play there drive me insane. Even the small amount of ads that like YouTube had then, I hated it. Whenever I used to watch TV and an ad would come on, because I knew the ad break was coming, I would either always get up and do something, or I would switch the channel. I would switch a channel, like, okay, is it back? I would switch a channel, watch something for like 3-4 minutes, watch something for like 2-3 minutes, switch back to the channel that I was watching. Is it back? Yes? Stay there, watch it. Is it not? No. Is it not? Then switch back for like another minute or two, then go back. That's why I really liked watching anime during a certain era, I can say, because there were no ads. Like, I could just watch the show. I don't mind it as much now. I understand the importance of like supporting the thing. I understand the importance of like, yes, ads are important, but like especially now, that's also why like I make sure that like subscribers don't get ads on my channel, because like I feel like one, aside from that being an incentive for subscribers, I feel like if you're giving money to something, if you are paying for a service, if you're paying for a viewing experience, you do not deserve to see ads. You do not deserve to watch ads. Even if you are not paying for that service, if you are subject to ads, and if you do watch ads, you should not have to watch, like, you should not watch what is like the like half of what you watched. Like, that's one thing that like I'm really annoyed by when it comes to YouTube, is that it feels like every 7 to 8 minutes of a video that I watch, there's suddenly like a hard cut to an ad. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. It drives me insane. Like it's gotten really hard for me to watch YouTube consistently because of that. Like, it's just not a fun experience. It's not a fun experience to be watching a video for 7 minutes and then get like 2.5 minutes worth of ads that you can't skip. Because you can't skip, you can't like switch to a different channel. Like, you're just stuck there watching it. That's honestly partly why I think really a lot of the viewer drop-off happened when a lot of people were freaking out about it. Because, like, no, I don't think it's that less people are watching YouTube. I think the viewing experience on YouTube has just gotten worse for people who don't have YouTube Red, or who don't see it with an ad blocker. Because, hey, guess what? There's a lot of ads. Because, hey, guess what? A lot of people kind of need money these days. Like, I can understand sponsorships. I fully respect and understand sponsorships. I feel like that's a more direct and kind of reciprocal type of transaction. But an ad is just like, hey, we're cutting off what you're watching right now to throw this thing that you don't know about or don't care about just like in your face. And that just makes watching YouTube like so insufferable. Because like, especially if you're in the middle of watching something that you really genuinely like, if it's something that's super engaging. How much longer do you plan on being live for? Hi, Alina. Currently I am eating a Pop-Tart, so I don't know. I think the energy in that is like at least 30 to 45 minutes. I started streaming late, very unfortunately, because haha, driver update's very funny. And then I got also maybe a little bit upset and took an anger nap. Seed, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm typically... Hang on, how do I shout out? I'm trying to figure out how I do this stuff. Because I'm still doing this stuff like entirely by like my own hand. Love a yap stream. I'm glad, because I'm in the middle of talking and complaining about ads. Anger nap. Sometimes... Listen, sometimes you get... I really wish I understood how to do this. Green ideas sleep furiously. Like... Sometimes I get to certain points where like... I don't know. I think a good anger nap is like a good thing every now and then. Also, before I forget, Seed, what were you playing? I'm not entirely sure what it was. I don't want to just like assume. I'm trying to remember how to give shoutouts. Yu-Gi-Oh! I did see that you're starting to stream that a little bit more. I'm still incredibly intimidated by that game, so I don't think I could ever possibly do that. But you and Vice have my You and Vice have my... She balls my pit until I fin- What? What? Never play it. Thank you. I'll take the sage advice. Also, thank you for the raid, Melina. She balls my pit until I finish the raid message. I'm not sure what that one is meant to mean. But welcome. Thank you for reading. I'm trying to remember how to do shoutouts. I'm not used to doing those, so I don't know like what I need to do. Ball X-Pit. I'm assuming that is related to the game that you were playing. I could have sworn I figured I knew how to do this, or at least I figured out how to do this sometime. Oh, it's just slash shoutout? Damn. Wait, hang on. No, damn, you were spitting. You're spitting. It's slash or... For some reason I thought it was something else. Does that work? It is! Okay. Welcome Raiders. And both from Seed and from Alina. I hope you've both been well. I hope you... Also, I perfectly understand if you need to eat or drink or water or like whatever you need. Typically I'm not even up like this late, so I don't know how people usually stay up this late doing this, but whatever. Let me also make sure to... I could have sworn that this was just something that like you click on. Oh my god. Ball too hard to ever fall asleep. Oh, I need to wait like another minute. But no, thank you for the raid. I saw what you were playing before. And then I took my anger nap. It was Ball X Pet. No, you're playing Last Mage. You're playing Last Mage and then you did Ball X Pet. Sometimes I stream at like 4 AM. That's insane. Like, I cannot... No, that would be fun. That would be fun. I honestly do want to kind of like do some late night streams. Have a sponsor stream for Last Mage. Congratulations! I may or may not have a certain sponsor for a stream on Friday, which will not be at 1 to 2 or 4 in the morning. I'm gonna do a goblin. For some reason, talking like a goblin like makes me think something like this. Like, I don't know, very... It's not like really sleazy, but it's like... something very in the throat. Not like nasally. It's like really... something that kind of just sounds like creepy. Yeah, even just saying that like sounds weird to me. It's like something very creature-esque, but still like you can understand it. There's just like talking to that person for too long kind of like really makes you like not really sure if you should be communicating with them. Or just walking down a straight down New York. Actually, a good goblin voice. I am not a voice actor for nothing. Honestly, that also did remind me that I had been thinking of like trying to figure out how to do a some type of like D&D stream. Also, this should finally give me a chance to... There we go. At least give me a chance to like do some type of like D&D stream or something. Just so I can do like other characters, or at least just like have a character to like fully develop. Because like the one campaign that I've been running now for like the past few years. That would be fun. Because like I've been running a character that I really like. Very unfortunately, I've only been playing 5e. I've very unfortunately only been playing 5e, but I've had an interest in playing like World of Darkness or a Shadowrun game. And like I can DM too. I can DM too, but like it's so much more fun being a player. It's so much more fun being a player. Like Lancer? I think I've heard of Lancer, but I've never played it. Do a guest D&D character in a stream. Like a single episode. That sounds actually pretty fun. GMing is really fun. That's a mech one? Wait, there's a mech one? On hexes. Interesting. Doing a guest star for like one character. No, because I did that. That's something that happened with one of my that happened in my campaign where like one person, not in my campaign and one that like I ran, but one that I was playing with friends, like somebody guest starred for a moment as like as the Coliseum champion, who is basically a wrestler. Long story. I can't possibly even describe how we got set up with that. But yeah, no, they guest starred. It was a really fun session. That one was mainly like an RP fight. Like, it was super cool. Lancer is a mech TTRPG with a ton of customization combat that is an opinion to ask the DM for. That sounds like several pluses with very few downsides to it. Because I'm trying to remember, I don't think I've ever played like I used to play tabletop games. I used to mostly play like a lot of social deduction games, both at a certain tabletop club and then also on, what was it? Why am I forgetting? Tabletop Simulator. That same club is also the reason that I even ended up playing like Settlers of Catan at like one point. House on a Haunted Hill is also incredibly fun, but like, no. I'm getting sidetracked. I like being able to actually play as like different characters, because guess what? Maybe it's a little bit fun being able to actually kind of flex my voice a little bit and maybe play a character who's kind of out of my usual range. Because like, the paladin that I've been playing for now almost 2 years, I really didn't kind of have a solid idea of her voice for like a very long time, but now that like I've spent more time with her, and more that I have like a very solid idea of who she is as a character, like no, her kind of, let me try, because it's a lot easier to do it in session, especially when like I'm around other people, but like she's very youthful, but still very unsure, so she doesn't really speak up a lot unless she's kind of mostly kicking herself down a little bit. But no, she's a paladin. She's doing the best that she can, at least when it comes to being serious and protecting her friends, but honestly, she's been in a little bit of a low point fairly recently, but that's mostly due to what everybody else has kind of been going through. And if some of that might have been her fault, then it certainly doesn't help her mood, that's for certain. But there is like a little bit of hope in a way, like she's trying to make things better, and it is slowly making things better, even if she can't stop blaming herself for a lot of what we've kind of been getting stuck into. I'm playing a squirrel girl, Thurs, or in Pathfinder. Pete assuming that's Pathfinder 2nd edition. But I also GM Pathfinder 1. But that's on hiatus right now. That's also a really hard part for about like D&D groups. They get very... D&D and raiding in an MMO are both like such very... They're very time commitment focused. And like sometimes the schedule just doesn't line up. Sometimes the schedule just doesn't line up. Like some weeks like, yeah, everything's fine. And then other weeks like, ah, cool. 2 important characters are just not available. They're just not available for the session that's kind of central around them. So you either figure out an answer around that, or filler episode. Which also isn't bad, because that can sometimes give like your characters more chances to genuinely develop and get used to one another. Which is very helpful. It can also be so stressful sometimes. It really can be. It really can be. Especially if like D&D groups are very managing people's relationship to the table. Yeah. I have been very mostly lucky in a lot of my situations where like a lot of the people at the tables that I've been to generally get along. They generally get along. Like some of them, hell, the one that I've been playing at, like the only person that I really knew was one other person in the DM. But as we've been playing, I've been getting along with like I consider them like my friends now. Like I regularly kind of spend time and like chat with them. That's also something that D&D is very good at. Turns out when you put a lot of people together, a lot of different people together for a very long time, eventually you're gonna end up learning how to get along. Begrudgingly, as much as it might be. But like no, like yeah, doing like anything D&D related, honestly anything that kind of gives me an excuse to show off more of my range is honestly it's always gonna be fun for me. But that's just because maybe I can't help but flex a little, but also just be interested in I don't know, like it's fun. It's fun being able to like play a different character and like ad-lib. Some of my favorite monologues from the D&D campaign that I've been in have been just like completely off the top of my head, like very flow state. Like this is my character at this moment after so much thinking about these different things. How does she feel about this? And then just going and bouncing off of other like people with that. Like that's the fun part about acting, especially when like that's the fun part about acting when you're playing with other people or when you're performing with other people. You're able to bounce off of them and like receive whatever you're going with the flow based off that sensation that you're getting from them. They're giving you either like an emotion to either work with or work against, and depending on the flow of the scene, there have been some scenes or like some moments in a campaign where like my character was dead set on doing something, but because of the flow of the conversation and how that worked with the other player character, no, sometimes it's better to like, okay, I thought I was going to be the main character. Nope, you are. But that doesn't mean that I completely forgot or gave up like some of those aspects. Like there are some things where it's just like I'm going to concede ground here, but because this is something that my character was thinking about, it is something that is still going to picture. It's still going to paint things later, but it is not going to be the only thing. Like it's a very, that's what I really like about D&D. It's that it's such a dynamic storytelling medium, and I like using it as a storytelling medium because surprise, it's it's very useful for actors to use it as a storytelling medium. I wonder why a lot of people end up liking Critical Role. Partly because, yes, like, the actors are themselves very interesting, but also because, like, no, good actors acting together is very engaging, especially in a very ad-lib type of situation. And even, and like, yeah, I'm admittedly, my focus might be a little bit biased. Do you watch Critical Role or any show like that? No. That's honestly, oh, so that reminded me why I was missing one tag. Because I never got big into Critical Role, despite how much I like a couple of the actors who play in that. But there was a D&D type of series that I watched online way before Critical Role. I wonder if they're still uploading. This makes me just want to play TRPG myself. Like, exactly. Like, it's an engaging... Like, it's an engaging type of thing. Like, that's what makes them so appealing. One of my favorite... They're still going. That's insane. One of my favorite clips from Critical Role is that one where Matt had, like, set up the entire, all this ship stuff, like all this naval combat. But I think it was Liam O'Brien. Like, his character was either a wizard or a sorcerer, and he's just like, oh, I use this spell and just, like, topple the enemy ship. And then Matt... The disappointment not only in Matt Mercer's face, but his voice, because it's one of those situations where it's like the DM spent so long preparing for this, and you know that they spent so long preparing for this, but then a player just goes, oh, I just do this thing, and it's just like, oh, yeah, you could do that. And there goes hours of my life wasted. But it's so fun. Like, it's so fun because that's like the creative, that's the dynamic stuff that, like, D&D is really good for. It's a very, like, those moments, as painful as they can be in the moment, especially for the DM, those are really truly defeated. Those are, like, really fun moments for the players, because they really feel like, oh, I don't have to always operate by these rules that the DM necessarily sets. Technically you do, but you're operating within a very open sandbox, which allows you to really express yourself. You really get to feel the importance of your character, especially in those moments where it's just like nobody else can do something, but you can do something that nobody else can do. And sometimes it just takes the DM to not notice that, or at least it takes like the DM just like one chance to not account for that, and then it gives your character such a chance to shine. Like, those really strong main character moments are, like, so good in D&D. That's why they're so much fun. That's why they're so much fun to do. And especially sometimes just giving players, like, those moments. Because I have DM'd, like, a couple games. I think I've only DM'd, like, I DM'd one relatively short campaign, and I think one other one? No, I think I partly, like, helped with one. But, like, it was very a one note type of thing, but it was such a fun experience. I had to make sure that like everything was very focused, and very in a relatively controlled environment. But that ability to think of these interesting things to give the players while also making the area interesting, I almost completely forgot about the thing that I was actually going to talk about. But like a lot of those lessons that I kind of like internalized, I don't want to say like not necessarily internalized, but the things I really picked up, because the series was so many custom items. I had an item as a I had an item for a monk because I wanted to give them an option for a fight where the enemy clearly had better movement. The enemy had so much better movement than them, so like there was no reasonable way that they were going to consistently be in range. So I wanted to give them an option where like, okay, you can roll for a melee, you can roll a ranged attack as if it were a melee attack, because the melee attack would send out a bead in that direction. Like something that worked really well with the monk archetype and the monk aesthetic. And like you can send that out and then you can spend ki to like either send out another one. Senata. Listen. Or you could use a key. I think one of the other rules was that like you could use a key point to redirect where the orb was going. Like something that gave them like a chance. Listen. It was something to give the monk players some option at range. I think I might have made the weapon a little bit too complicated because they didn't really use it too much. But like no, I think I had like a decent idea on that. If I could have like refined it a little bit more, I would have done that. But a lot of my motivation, or at least a lot of my initial influence, comes from an online series called Thrilling Intent. Let me look back to like when that first episode was. Because I know that was like from years ago. That started years and years ago. And I don't think anybody, I can't say like nobody heard of it. 11 years ago. It started in 2013. Let me post the name specifically. But yeah, that started in 2013, and like it was a very, I want to say like not necessarily hands off, but like the intent was to be thrilling. It was a very character-focused type of storytelling environment, like through D&D. There were 3 characters, and like the main, like yeah, there were some times where they would get into combat, but it was mostly just like free range roleplay essentially. And like the way that the characters developed and the way that they changed and their dynamics and their influence on the world and all those different connections that they had, it was genuinely like my biggest influence when I wanted to learn how to be a DM. Because I found that stuff super fascinating. I thought it was super fun. And then years later I found out, I ended up hearing about like Critical Role, but I never stuck with it. I did try to watch it live a couple times. I genuinely gave it the best that I could. But it just wasn't, what's the word? It wasn't clicking. Not necessarily like didn't like it, it's okay. Don't watch it either. Yeah, I wanted to watch it too. I wanted to watch it too, because I might have just maybe had a very slight crush on Laura Bailey for a while. Shocker. Somebody whose life was nearly entirely defined by Rise Kuchikawa might have a slight crush on Rise's voice actress. I really wonder how that could have happened. But then I also like Matt Mercer. I also like Liam O'Brien. I like a lot of the other actors that were on that show. But I just never like really stuck with it. Which is really funny in hindsight, considering how much I really like Thrilling Intent, and Critical Role is just kind of that with voice actors that I really know and that I really like. I don't know why that didn't just stick with me the way that it did for other people. Even when I was playing it with other people, when I was playing D&D with other people, they were all really into Critical Role. And I think I tried to give it a shot because of them, but it just something about it didn't click for me. But then I still like playing D&D. I was playing D&D the entire time, with different online groups and different online friends, because it's so much fun. It's fun using it as a storytelling medium. I get it. I get yes, meta, whatever, pick strong wish fulfillment. But as a hopeless actor, I guess is a way to put it, it's fun to be how do I tell a story in this medium? How do I have access to this character? It's really gotta be with the right group. TTRPG, yeah. You really do need to have the right people for it. Because also some people just can't really... It's useful for testing, not testing. It's useful for simulating social events or social interaction. Part of that also depends on how well your DM is with that. How good they are at having that type of cadence, I want to say. Where it doesn't feel stilted. It feels like you're actually talking to different people who have different personalities, who all have their own kind of internal worlds and their own viewpoints on different things. But that requires a lot of the DM, and sometimes that requires a lot either of planning or also contingencies, because hey, guess what? Players like to ruin your plans a lot. Shocker. But then also gives you an excuse, especially in the context of Critical Role, with a lot of them being voice actors. It gives them plenty of chances to either experiment or try new roles, or try new voices. Or sometimes use voices the other ways wouldn't use. Jester. Jester's voice, I don't know. No, it's nasally. It's a very funny, nasally type of voice that Laura Bailey uses for it. And it's really cute, and it fits the character. But it would only fit that type of character. It would only fit Jester. And that's both a testament to her acting ability and how strong her characterization is of Jester as a character. Part of that comes down to one, the character is them. The character is them. They have they have that strong, I want to say, resonance with it, because it is their character. It's an extension of who they are. any actor will tell you that, like, after playing a role for enough time, like, no, you do start feeling like that character, or at least you start being able to intuit more of that character. That's what getting in a role really is. It's you being able to feel that character, even if there's not necessarily a script. That's why there's a lot of, depending. I want to put an asterisk on this because I don't want to say just like method acting is like the fact of the best. But there's a reason why a lot of like improv, like really good improv, sometimes stands out more than parts that are like hard written into the script. Because it's so in tune with the character that it's so natural for a character to say that or to sound like that or to think that way, but that might not be something that even the writer thinks about. And that's not necessarily like to say that the writer is worse for that, or like a bad writer isn't able to do that. It's that as my position, I'm speaking purely from my position as a voice actor. From my position as an actor, as a voice actor, it is my job to understand those lines and to express them in a way that feels authentic to the character. And at a certain point of reading those lines and understanding this character's, I want to say intuition? Not intuition. Mannerisms. The way that they speak, the way that they think, the way that they respond to different things. The character's character. At a certain point when you're so in sync with that, coming up with new lines for those characters on the spot becomes second nature. Not that you should always do it, but you're in that mental state of being able to do that a lot easier. I think that's one thing that's really helped me as a writer, at least when it comes to writing that at least when it comes to like writing different characters, that thing that helps me a lot is that kind of mental state, where I'm able to, how do I put it? Part of the character being formed in my head is from the part of me that is a writer, but also from the part of me that is an actor. Because the thing that makes it very hard for me to write at certain times, or at least when it comes to start to writing, is that it is always the start. The start of the writing process is always the hardest part for me, especially when it's like something that's very character focused, because I have to get the character voice in my head. I have to understand like, okay, this is how this character sounds, this is how this character speaks, these are the words that this character would use, this is how they would address this type of situation. Forming that at the very beginning is always the hardest thing for me. But once I have it, it's so much easier to keep going. That's why my writing is very, what's the word? Flow state. Why am I forgetting? Because I use this word a lot. Like a state of consciousness. I want to say state of consciousness, but that's not the right word. That's not the right phrase. Stream of consciousness. Because once I'm in that flow, it's a lot easier to do that, because that's the same flow that I typically go for the character. Because once you're in that headspace, it gets so much easier to be like, oh yeah, this is totally how this character would respond to this. This is how they would speak. This is how they would carry themselves. This is the little things that they would do. I can say this because it's not like anybody's watching this D&D campaign. But one thing that my paladin tends to do a lot is look at her hands. A lot of her problems and a lot of her insecurities comes from her lack of control in certain situations. Which I think is a very interesting dynamic for a paladin, especially because so many people are very ready to give a paladin that type of level of control and authority over certain situations the moment that they appear. But like, she struggles with that. She struggles with feeling like she's actually in control of anything, or that she's actually helping people, or that she's doing anything meaningful. And like, spoilers, no, she lost her oath. She lost her oath, and currently I don't know how, like, she would actually get it back. I don't know what that path is going to look like, but she lost her oath because she finally hit that kind of tipping point of feeling so out of control that she did something very reckless. She did something very reckless for the sake of feeling like she could maintain, or at least get like some sense of control over what she was doing, or what like her goals are. And then another player character completely undermined that by, I don't want to say invalidating it, because no, he did it for a very selfless reason, because it was something very in line with what he would do. Like, no, my character crossed a bridge that time and time again, that character said he would be there for her if that happened, and he would take the blow for it, and he did. So now, my paladin had lost her oath. Ooh. Making sure that this is still working. Okay, yeah. Now my paladin had lost her oath. And she didn't gain the power that she was searching for. Or she didn't gain the power that she hoped that even probably knowingly losing her oath would have given her. And so now she's at this point again where it's just like, oh, I made a really bad mistake, and somebody else, a mistake that I was willing to take the sacrifice for, that I was willing to take the repercussions for, if it meant that she could do this one selfish thing. Because she acknowledges that it was a very selfish thing, because she's at least aware enough to do that. But because somebody else took the fall for her, one, it adds to her sense of feeling as if she has no sense of control. Two, it is a very severe mistake that she made that cost her her oath, and she has nothing to show for it. And three, now her friend is entirely suffering for it. She let her emotions ruin her for one very critical moment, and the worst possible thing happened, where it wasn't her suffering for that decision, it was somebody else who, by all accounts, was a better person than her. At least to her perspective. And that's significantly messing with her right now. And to toot my own horn a little bit, I had 2 banger monologues, one session after the other because of that. Because she had so much ample fire for those scenes, because they were very character focused, and she just had a very strong character moment. She had a very strong moment to grow, to demonstrate not only to like necessarily herself but other people around her that like, no, she understood the mistake that she made, and she understands the repercussions for that, and that like really it hurt her. It hurt her in a very significant way, and I can finally express that in a way that feels so natural without needing to like write that out, purely because of just how used to the character I am. And because like this group was really good with those dynamics. Like the entire group is kind of like, not the actual players, not the players, the characters themselves are kind of frayed. Like they're fraying because like, relatively speaking, they all messed up in some way, but my character's carrying like a huge weight on her shoulders because admittedly this is a very, if the character was still around, it would not be wrong for him to say I told you so. I think he deserves that. Hopefully if we can get him back, I think he deserves a one good I told you so. I think that is completely fair. But like, that's why I really like D&D. I like D&D purely, not purely, but I like D&D a lot because it's that very, it allows me to get into that flow state of acting, of like getting really into this type of character, to figuring out this character, and to perform in unique scenes with this character. I get to feel very in tune with this character, and that's what makes them very fun. I don't think having a nightmare makes you a good girl. That's more of just like your subconscious punishing you. You can have a bad nightmare all you want. I can have a Pop-Tart. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm not a customer. Are you? I'm not laughing specifically at you. Okay, maybe that's slightly not true, but that's not for that case. Cause like I had this like entire, what, like 30, 40 minutes. It's cause I had like this entire, what, that was like 20 minutes of me talking about D&D and like this very significant character. This very significant character growth and stuff that was happening about D&D acting and like all that intertwining. And then Effie's like knocking on my door, opening it up, like, Banii, please call me a good girl, I had a nightmare. It's cute. I want to make that explicitly clear. It is cute, but it is so funny for the contrast of like those two things happening. You didn't derail the conversation. No. You didn't derail the conversation. You're a very good girl. You wouldn't derail the conversation if you intended to. It's just very funny. It's just very funny for that to have happened. Please don't die. Please don't die on me. Please don't die on me. Okay, we're back. We're so back. I don't know why my bitrate's kind of going insane a little bit. You got mad that I'm eating this Pop-Tart. You would think. Hang on. You would think that with the with the amount of coffee that I drink, I would be staying awake a lot more, but I'm noticing that at least the more that I keep drinking, I'm like crashing maybe a little bit more, which is probably not a good sign. Probably means I should cut back on the caffeine a little bit. I say full well knowing that I'm probably going to drink more in the morning. Because I still want to... Because I still want to do my morning stream. Because what am I at? I'm at like a... I counted earlier, but then I'm bad at math. 7, 8, 9. No, wait. 7, 8, 9. Yeah. I'm at like a 9-day streaming streak. And I want to keep that up. You would imagine that somebody who's such a big fan of Needy Girl Overdose, Needy Streamer Overload, I'm sorry. You would think that they would learn from K-Angel's mistakes, but no. Instead, I'm going full force directly into it. I'm doing this, even though I'm fully anticipating doing like a sponsor stream on Friday. I'm so stupid, but you know what? I don't care. Sometimes you just go with the flow and see what happens. Sometimes you just want... Sometimes you hope for the funniest outcome. Internet Yamato. I should listen to that. Internet responsibly. Oh! Because you saying that reminded me. Because I think I brought it up during your stream. I did bring it up during your stream. I brought up Union during your stream. But between the great villainous strategy of Lily, Internet Overdose, Needy Streamer Overload, and Union, those are 3 games that I'm utterly terrified by their proximity to how I speak. I do not like, despite how much I'm smiling, I do not like how much those 3 protagonists, or at least Lily in Great Villainous' case, where how much like they speak like me. I'm not saying I'm Manheta. I'm not saying I'm Manheta, and I'm not saying I'm internet poisoned. I at least hope that I'm not. I say as a VTuber, maybe I'm a little bit internet poisoned. I'm not that bad. I'm not K-Angel levels of bad. I promise. I promise. I promise I'm not that bad. I promise I'm not that bad. Point being, I'm terrified that I'm getting closer and closer to the point where I will be speaking normally. I'll be speaking normally to somebody in like public, not in public, just like out and about, like in the real world. And I'll say something, and the way I say it will have the other person look at me and like ask me, are you trying to speak like Hey Angel? are like, "Are you trying to speak like that girl from that game?" And I'm going to explode on the spot. I'm going to explode on the spot. I promise I'm a normal person in some capacity. I say as I eat a Pop-Tart at like super late in the morning. Hang on. Okay. I'm gonna do something stupid. You know what? This is also why I'm probably much too close to, no, I don't think... No, K-Angel didn't have like a mukbang stream. No, she didn't. See, Taco understands me. Nothing wrong with a late night Pop-Tart. That's why you gotta stick me when I say this. I'm gonna run a quick 1-minute ad. I'm gonna try and finish this Pop-Tart in that time. I promise this is a very normal thing to do. Okay. I just realized that if anybody's subscribing, hi Effie, they're probably gonna hear me chomping on this Pop-Tart, but whatever. That's what the background music is for. I just realized I also have this sandwich next to me. I'll probably take like a bite of it. Not during this break though, I have 15 seconds. Ta-da! Pop-Tart disappeared. Just need to make sure I actually have some water though. I do one like late night just chatting stream. Not entirely. This wasn't like the main thing I did. Cause what? I did Zenless for like 2 hours? An hour or two. It was like an hour and a half, an hour or two. And then I did Resident Evil. Then Blue Protocol because Limbus didn't have its update out, or I couldn't see it because I had VTube Studio open, so whatever. So then I did Blue Protocol, and then here I am. This was up till 5 last night. See, that's why I thought you were JP for so long. You're... in separate ways? No. I did the first 3 chapters. I did Assignment Ada, and then I did the first 3 chapters the separate ways. So there's still oh my god. Why does it keep doing that? Why did I do that like a Valley girl? Maji Cup. Hi, Maji. That's why I thought you were JP. One because of you doing I don't know why my bitrate is like fluctuating, and like it usually doesn't do that. Might be because I have music playing in another tab. Actually, you know what? It'd be better if I just listen to like the stuff that I have on my computer. seems fine right now. But yes, that's why I thought you were JP. I thought you were JP because your sleep schedule. Granted, I'm not any better. I'm definitely not better at this point. But yeah, no, you didn't miss Separate Ways. I did all of assignment Ada, but that's done in like 30 minutes. That's like not a significant thing. Listen. My sleep schedule is just bad. It's always been bad. It got so much worse. It got so much worse. I really can't kind of like describe how. It just progressively got worse over time. I thought that was Suisei. I thought that was Suisei really quick. It's really bad right now too. Granted, I can't say that I'm any better, and I'm definitely not helping. I'm definitely not helping. Sweet, close. Suisei. Oh my god. She's so pretty. Kiawa. No, she's really pretty. But I also can't blame anybody who likes Suisei. I think I said it before. No, I don't think I said it before. No, I think I said it to somebody else. But, to me, Mint... I promise this will make sense. I promise this will make sense. To me, Mint is a very... I'm trying to put it in two ways, because the way I'm gonna say it is gonna sound super confusing. To me, Mint is a very... is a VTuber idol's idol. But then, also, to me, Suisei is a very idol's idol. Like, if that makes sense at all. Like, I'm not comparing the two. I'm trying to actually, like, to, highlight what I think makes both of them very appealing in different ways. I'm like trying to find the right words to say it because I don't want like a clip to get like taken out of context and like sent to like Mint or Suisei, and it's like this nobody's talking shit. But like I see Mint as like a very, she's very idol. Like, she's very... Why does my bitrate just, like, keep, like, randomly dropping? That's, like, really weird. But, like, Mint is a very idol's idol. In the sense that... she's very... I see her and I think underground idol. I see her in like, because like, granted, like that's kind of like part of her entire aesthetic. It's like very ground up underground type of idol. Someone like very in it for the love of other adorable idols. The singing, the dressing, the dresses, the, like, I see her and I think of, like, the hard-working girls, like, at Akihabara who are like working at maid cafes and then are part-time like doing idol shows, like underground and small venues, very dedicated type of audience, that type of like hardcore underground idol stuff, which is very funny considering that she is one of the bigger VTubers. But then in comparison to that, there's like Suisei, who's a very glamour. The word that I want to use is glamour. Like, she's very glamorous. Like, she reminds me of like a pop star. Like, she is very, I don't want to say refined as in not like, I don't want to say refined as in she's very like perfect, or like to imply that other VTubers aren't like refined, like they're not also refined in their talent, that they're not getting better. Suisei just feels like a pop star who's also a VTuber, if that makes sense. Like, they're both at very interesting and comparable like kind of, I want to say, upper echelons of like what the idol VTuber can kind of be, or what that can kind of like look like. Because one is very, I want to say, traditional, very like cutesy, moe, very doki doki to my kokoro type of stuff. Even though she probably doesn't do that, she knows how powerful she is. But then Suisei was what? She was on Japan's times like 30 under 30. Like, I can't. Suisei, because, okay, here's how I expose myself like a little bit. Suisei is like, I tend to compare myself a lot, which is really stupid, and I have no reason to. I compare myself a lot to like a lot of the people that I look up to, which typically tends to be a lot of like the hollow live talents, especially Myth, and some of the older generations. That's why I still have like a very strong veneration for Kei-san. But like, as much as I really mess with myself mentally by comparing myself to those VTubers who I do look up to, we call it gap moe. We call it gap moe Effie. As much as I compare myself to like those higher upper echelon VTubers that I very much look up to, especially the ones from like Myth, especially Kei-san, and Mint, Suisei is at a point where like I can't even pretend to act like I should be comparing myself to her. And I mean that totally from a point of like admiration. Like, she feels like a star. Like, no, like her entire thing is, her entire story, her entire arc, everything that she's been like going through for years. Like, from like thinking about the fact that like she worked on her own model and she auditioned to get in through Hololive through multiple different ways, and she fought to keep her name, to be Hoshimachi Suisei, and use that as a way of like really emboldening her singing career. And thinking back now to just a couple months ago where she was on JP in Times JP top like 30 under 30, like insane. Like that is a star. That is somebody who is so, I don't want to say untouchable or unreachable. That is a legendary career. That is a legendary career that, like, I feel thankful for being able to witness. Like, that's how far, like, that's how I feel, just admiring her from, like, such a distance. Like, she's a massive inspiration for me. That's not even, and that's also, because I want to clarify, because again, I don't want anything taken out of context. That's not to say that, like, I hate, like, getting like this, or, like, being too sappy. But no, like, that's not to say that, like, I don't have admiration, that I'm not super attached, I'll say, to, like, Calliope, to Mint, to, like, Doki Bird, like, all those various other VTubers who I have, Sappy is good, all those other VTubers who I have, like, so much respect for. Like, no, I really look up to Calliope Mori, even despite the fact that I'm not really that much of a, like, no, I don't really have any idea, not an idea, I don't really have any aspirations of, like, being a singer. I don't have any aspirations of being a singer. I don't have any aspirations of being, like, a very hardcore idol like Mint. I'm not even that really into competitive games or, like, shooters, like Doki. But, like, seeing them has inspired me, like, so much. And that's not, like, no anything about past lives, like, never discussing that. I do have my own aspirations outside of streaming, but, like, I'm not gonna say that they haven't inspired me to, no, I will say, especially Doki, like, most certainly was, like, a massive inspiration, or at least, like, pushing me internally to, like, put more effort into this streaming stuff. Like, there's still a bunch of VAs and stuff who, like, I very much look up to, and, like, who inspire me, especially in that way, especially when it comes to somebody like Johnny and Bosch, and Laura Bailey, to be fair. But, like, no, those different people inspire me in very different ways. But especially when it comes to streaming, especially when it comes to, like, being a VTuber, I want to say with, like, my actual hands in the mud, Calliope and Doki have inspired me to a degree that I didn't think I could be, which is hard to try to find the right words for. I'm trying to find the right way of putting it. because it's a very specific feeling. Because it's not like I never had aspirations of being a streamer, or like the idea never crossed my mind before, but the level of dedication and seriousness, especially in like Mori's case, when like she started and she committed to it for like a very good while of like doing either a song release or a cover release once per week. Like that was such a massive amount of effort. And even as somebody like who really did like look up to her and like really was like, oh wow, that's really cool, I didn't think that she would have stuck with that for as long as she did. I thought that was something that she was going to do for like a couple months and be done, but no, she did that for like at least a year. She did that for at least a year, and that was like such a, oh, that's somebody who puts in a lot of effort. And here we are years later, and she's seeing the OP of the anime adaptation for a manga that like she was a fan of before it got popular. Like no, that was such it's so inspiring. It's super inspiring. And like there's so many other VTubers that are like that. There's so many other VTubers that like I am a fan of that have something like that, who like work really hard to like really manifest what they're trying to do through this career, or at least using this career as some type of form of connection through that. Like that's why I really want to give this a go. That's why I really want to be serious about this. Like Suise was like the first one that I heard really who like had such an insane story where it's just like, oh no, there are real people like that. There are real people who kind of, I don't want to necessarily say work themselves to the bone, because no, making sure that you rest and making sure that you take breaks is very important, but it's people who put in the effort. It's people who put in the effort like that like really inspire me, especially because like I used to be the type of person that would always get saddled with other people's work. I would always be saddled with other people's work, or like I had to be the responsible one, or I was the one that had to make sure that certain things get done. I had to be the one that I had to make sure that the ship didn't sink in multiple different situations, even at the cost of my own emotional well-being. And knowing and seeing that there are other people who put in just as much and more effort into those things that they care about, into those practices and those ideals that like they really do want to reach for. Like I want to feel like I genuinely deserve to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. At least in some capacity. And if I ever get the chance of working with them in some way, be it like a small project, whatever type of thing, it makes me feel like even it makes me very, that gives me something to look forward to. It sucks when you care more about something than the people around you. Yep. Especially when it's something that means a lot to you. But that's why it's important to care. That's why it's important to show that you care, and it's important to put in that effort to communicate that you care. Because what's that BoJack line? What is that thing? Oh, that's a slime fox. What is that? What's the BoJack line? The that was me finishing my game after my friends abandoned me. Yeah. Game development is like especially... Game development can be like such a crapshoot when it comes to stuff like that. It really just keeps stepping up and down like that. I don't know why it does that. Game development can be like really a crapshoot when it comes to that. No, I've heard like so many nightmare stories of just like different either like mod groups or just small dev teams that kind of explode or implode because of like 1 or 2 people or something. And it's really tragic. Like, it's really tragic because a lot of people like work really hard and then sometimes it just takes the wrong person at the right time to kind of just sink the entire ship. But that's why that's why I still want to do like game development. That's why I still want to do acting, because like when those things do line up, when those things do work, when you do find like those groups of people who like you all come together with that effort, with that drive to really make that thing that's so that you can't do on your own, like no, that's such a fulfilling experience. The Game Jam title that like I worked on just a couple months ago, I'm incredibly proud of that. I won't lie, I might have gotten a little heated. Take care, Effie. I hope you have a good day. I might have gotten a little heated when it came to me standing my ground when it came to certain writing decisions. But no, when like people said that they really liked it, like it was such a fulfilling experience. It was such a fulfilling experience, and I feel really proud to have worked with those people on that. Even if it didn't come out like perfectly the way I wanted to. Like there's things that I probably would have rewritten. There's some advice I probably should have taken. But like I think that's always going to be a normal regret when it comes to game development. Same thing with acting. Sometimes a take or a line is taken that you would have preferred if the director used another one. Sometimes you would have preferred if the director gave you different directions. But as long as the project gets done, and as long as everybody who was a part of that project puts in their best effort, I don't think that's time wasted. That's one thing that like I really enjoy about acting and being a creative in general, really, because that also includes streaming. When everybody really does bring everything together, and like even if some people maybe aren't performing up to their best, maybe when there's some people who are maybe a little bit tired, some people who might have the best intentions, but then still mess up and do really dumb mistakes. Sometimes it really just takes like 1 to 2 people who say, oh, I love this thing. Like this means a lot to me. Like sometimes that's really all that it really needs to be. Like to be significant to you. Which feels funny to say, especially considering all the effort that you go through making it in the hopes that somebody else likes it. Like you're doing it in the hopes that like somebody likes it. That's the main desire, is that like validation is a nice byproduct of like being a creative. but then there's also still just the part of you that enjoys making it. Like, you wouldn't have done it, you wouldn't have put in all this effort, all this time, you wouldn't have cared this much for this long, if the only thing that mattered is somebody else telling you that you did a good job. Like, enjoying the process is part of it. Enjoying the process and making sure that, like, oh, I do like doing this. Oh, it is fun doing this. I'm doing something that other people can't, or they didn't think about before. It's affirming. It's very affirming, especially as a creative. That's why I'm like very... That's why I'm very adamant when it comes to me, complimenting my friends or complimenting artists that I like. Because being creative usually is a very isolating process. It's usually a very singular experience that you really don't get to spend a lot of time with other people on. And then sometimes when you do spend that time with other people, sometimes they might make things worse. Not maybe intentionally, but like sometimes they just make the situation more difficult than it needs to be. Sometimes they mean well, but just can't do what's necessary, or what's expected of them. And that sucks. It really sucks. But when it does work out, when you do find those people that you can work together with, when you find those people who, like, the way you communicate feels like telepathy, the way that you understand one another, the way that you kind of just intuitively get what the other person is going for, and like you come up with an idea and they say, yeah, that's really cool, or like, oh, I was also thinking about that, here's how we can make this work. Like, it's such a rewarding process. It's such a rewarding process when you're finally around somebody else or other creatives who just get it, and who get you and get what you're trying to go for. That's what makes doing this so much more fun. That's what makes doing this so fun and so worth it. That's why I love being a creative. That's why I like being an actor. That's why I like being a writer. That's why I like the idea of being able to work with other people and collab with other people, because there are certain things I just can't do on my own. There's certain things I can't do on my own, and even if I follow my face, maybe certain bad things happen. As long as you keep at it. You gotta keep at it. What was the quote? What was that quote? That's the hard part. That's the hard part. You gotta do it every day. That's the hard part. Because sometimes you just gotta keep at it. You just keep at it, and you keep at it, and you keep at it. And it might not feel like it's worth it. And sometimes you might feel bad about it, or like sometimes like it doesn't feel so impressive. But sometimes you keep at it. You just gotta keep at it, and then hope that you run into that person who says, oh, this changed my life. It's a very fulfilling experience, knowing that you at least helped one person in some type of way. Or that you made their day a little bit better. Even if it is kind of mostly just for your own self-affirmation, in some small part. You're allowed to kind of feel good when, like, you feel confident in like, the thing that you did. Like, yeah, I did this thing, it's cool. Other people are saying that it's cool. So now it's not just me thinking highly of myself, it's other people who are also right. But, hang on. I think I think that's probably a good note to kind of end on. Because my sleep schedule's like a nightmare. It's ruined. It's messed up. I'm not sure how I'm gonna end up fixing it. But I do want to try to at least stream. If not in 4 hours, at least like 5. I gotta figure out what I gotta do. Like, I need... Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Let me see if there's anybody I know who's streaming right now. Streaming again soon. Unfortunately, yes. It'll be in like... It'll be... No hard promises. I'm going to try. It'll be in like 4 to 5 hours maybe. I'm hoping. Listen. I'm not gonna be awake. Thank you. I don't know what's wrong with me. Hopefully you can rest well, Lindy. Let me find somebody to raid into. Cause like, oh my god. Turns out, talking that much has made me like a little bit tired. But this was fun. I usually don't like talk like this much. I usually don't really do just chatting streams. So no, this was fun to kind of do for like a first time late night. For some reason I hate using the word for some reason I like specifically hate using the word like yap. But no, this was fun. And I actually am starting to feel like a little bit tired, so maybe that nap from earlier wasn't like a complete waste in time. Also a very bad, I won't say it's bad, but I would say that it's a very difficult thing to figure out. Because it turns out when you're not used to staying up so late or streaming at certain hours, it gets hard to find specific people to raid. That is my own fault though. Who can it be? This is also why I need to get around to like actually like watching a little bit more. Because usually like something at this hour wouldn't be a problem. Usually, surprise, usually I'm not streaming at this time. Which would make it a lot easier for me to find somebody to at least like watch or relax watching. But when it comes to, how do I put it? Hang on, I'm smart enough for this. I know time. I love having to figure out time zones like off the cuff. That's not working. Damn. I have no idea. You know what? This is why it's good to sometimes just like spin the wheel and see who you land on. They look cute. They look cute, and that's all sometimes that's all the motivation you need. So yes. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. All customers are welcome to join the atelier. You feel free to follow me on Blue Sky or join the Discord down below. I usually do not stream at this time. I feel like I'm saying that more and more frequently. Hopefully I'll be awake in like 5 to 6 hours to stream, part of my normal schedule. But now because I messed up like when I was doing something, you know what? I'll figure it out. I'll figure out when I'm doing this. I'll figure it out. So yeah. Have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Take care and rest well. And let's raid. Johnny.